Mark.
Okay, Jeff, we are live, so whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. So it'll be our regular December meeting 2020. I guess hardly anything regular about it. But, I hope everybody's doing well. We have a quorum. We conduct business. We have everybody, right? So
yes.
We do not have any members for our comment period, so we can move on from that. Let's go to minutes of previous meetings. Did everybody get a chance to look at them? And I think Liz, did you have a correction in there, or I don't know if that got corrected or?
Yeah, I don't know if it got corrected.
Michelle, Liz pointed out that the minutes say that Rich presented the safety report and he was not at the meeting. So
it was Scott, I think, who presented it. And then the other thing that I saw that I don't know, it's not a huge thing, but we might want to clarify it in the starting with the tri-state and FERC filings. The way the minutes say where there are concerns that members left may be saddled with the burdens of ones that have left. I was just point out we were discussing the context of that is we were discussing the contract termination payment and whether it's used to pay down the debt or not. And if it's not used to pay down the debt, then the debt burden becomes larger for those who remain.
So would you amend that to say concerns about saddling with others with debt if the contract termination payments are not applied toward the debt?
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's fine. I would amend it, or to clarify that we were referring to the contract payments if they are not applied to the debt.
Sounds good. I'll get that amended.
Sorry, Michelle.
No, that's
it's
okay.
just there's so much discussion about whose burden is what. I just thought that was somewhat important.
Perfect. I'll get that amended.
Michelle, I don't think anybody gave the safety report last meeting. I think with Rich not being there, we went over a few things, but I don't think it was ever presented. So
I thought Mark.
I don't remember. I don't
Mark did it.
Doing
it. I believe I presented it and then said that I would answer any questions that I could.
Okay, because I don't think Scott did it, so that's why. Maybe.
No, Scott doesn't want to take credit for it.
Liz, was that a motion with that amendment?
Absolutely. I move to approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second it.
Thank you. We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Attorney's report. Levi.
I don't have anything for open session. We'll have several things that we can discuss in executive session, from the items that you had asked Bryce and I to look at to FERC docket and others.
Okay. Anybody got any questions for Levi other than in executive session? Okay, moving on. Mark.
Okay, I want to start by saying that we are coming to the end of an extraordinary and challenging year. Hopefully 2021 is better. But I think that Mountain Parks has not just survived this year, but we've thrived during this year. We've done a lot of things, even with people in and out of the office. We came through the fire in pretty good shape. We've restored systems, and that is primarily due to the executive team that's on the call today, as well as the staff of Mountain Parks. They have worked diligently during this time, and whether it's at home, in the field, or in the office. And just want to make sure that I express my gratitude to them, as well as to the board. The board has been extremely supportive this year of the initiatives. It's been unusual in that we've done mostly virtual, and we've done a lot of things over email that we've later ratified at the board meetings. But the board has been extremely supportive of the efforts for Mountain Parks. And I think that our members, as well as our communities, really appreciate all of the work that Mountain Parks has done this year. So With that, I will jump into my report. The first item is something that I'm going to report on, and then we will ask the board to take some action or give staff direction. And it relates to the annual meeting. We posted that the annual meeting would be at the Granby Garage again this year. I think that based on what we know at this point, it's unlikely that we're going to be able to do an in-person meeting with the number of people that would normally show up. I think there may be an opportunity for us to do an in-person meeting, but it's not going to be able to accommodate all the people that would show up. So Rob and I have been working for the last couple of months to find an alternative. And what we came up with is based on something that was in the news, and Liz has commented on a couple of times, is that we do a meeting at the Kremlin Fairgrounds, and it'd be the first official drive-in annual meeting so that members could attend. And we have worked with the local radio station in Granby, and there's a sound engineer that has the equipment that would be able to broadcast the meeting to people in their cars over an FM channel. We would be able to, as people came in, give them a breakfast burrito or whatever, a goodie packet. We would also be able to accommodate in-person voting at the meeting. Now, the benefit of doing it at the Kremlin Fairground is if for some reason we can do it in person, they have large buildings that we could then take it indoors. And so we think that this is a good compromise for something that otherwise we would just end up doing a virtual meeting. It is low cost. The cost of having the sound engineer do the broadcasting is about $400, between $400 and $500. Renting the fairgrounds is very inexpensive as well. And I think that it's a good option for Mountain Parks to be able to do it. It also moves the meeting to another area of our service territory so that people from there that might not attend if it was in Granby could attend. And then the last thing related to voting for the annual meeting is that Rob and I have been working on identifying a solution for people to do drop-off ballots. What we came up with is something that looks like a mailbox. It's heavy gauge steel, and we would bolt it into a concrete slab so that somebody can't easily pick it up and carry it away. And we would allow people to drop off their ballots in person at the Granby office and potentially at the Walden office if they wanted to do that. They are not inexpensive. It's between $800 and $1,000 to do this, but it would be something that we could have once the voting is over. We would pick it up and then store it in the warehouse, and then the next time we needed to use it, we could bring it back out and place it where it is. So I will stop there to see if the board has any questions about that before I move on.
Mark, that ballot box doesn't have to follow, say, like the state's requirements for a ballot box, does it? I know they have to have like a camera on theirs and a light and all that kind of stuff. I don't.
Where we would place it, there would be a camera on it. It is locked, and there would be two keys, one that we would provide to Levi, one that we would provide to the third party that we have talked with about counting the ballots. So staff would not have access to the box other than to basically place it where it needs to be and then move it. I think that the solution is similar to what other co-ops, I think Poudre Valley and MPEI did, so that it's something that it works. I mean, is it ideal? No, but it works. The problem that we have is obviously we have a drop box for members now. But if they drop them in there, then staff has the ballot and we have to either find some way to secure it or send it to the third party, because the third party is supposed to be the one that's counting all of the ballots. And I think Mark, I saw Dick. Yes.
Yeah. That's one good point. You have mail-in is the second. What about if people are going to vote in person at the meeting, which is their right? How would we accomplish that if we have a drive-in scenario, as far as how do you check them signature or whatever we do? Because normally there's a line of people. I'm just wondering about the logistics for that, or, you know, how can we accomplish that at the fairgrounds? That would be my only question.
That's a really good question, Dick, and I will address it at some point. No, I'll basically, Joe is working to make sure that with the internet that is available at the fairground, that we could have laptops that would have access to our system. We would, as the members came in, we would ask them if they had voted, and if they had not, I don't know if everybody's been to the fairgrounds, but there's like a little wooden building where they sell tickets. We would have that set up with a sign that says "Vote here." We would park the cars, because the staff will park the cars, you know, or tell the people where to park, and then they would, one or more of them would walk down to do the in-person voting and then drop it into a box. We could check that they are, one, members, two, that they are a member of the particular district that they're going to vote in, and then they would obviously have to provide ID similar to what we do if the election is held in the garage.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, I assume we have to keep the annual meeting in May, but given the pandemic, is there any logic to trying to do it in June when people can more comfortably be outside and it's less muddy? Just wanted to...
I will defer to Levi. However, I believe that our requirement says that we would have a meeting before the end of June. So we could move it to June, which Rob, do you recall when we did the virtual annual meeting? Wasn't it? It wasn't in May, was it?
I can tell you in just a second when it was.
But yes, we do have some flexibility to move it. But based on everything that I've seen related to vaccine and distribution of vaccine, a majority of the people that may want to have the vaccine won't have had the opportunity by May or June, probably.
I'm not suggesting that people will be vaccinated, just that.
No. But I mean,
weather.
I think with the vaccine, what it would allow us to do then is that the local authorities would expand the number of people that you could have at an in-person gathering. But I don't know that we're going to be at a point where they will expand it to where we could have 300 people if we wanted to.
Yeah. Oh, I think she just meant having the drive-in meeting at later date versus.
Yeah.
But I'm going to suggest that that maybe, you know, we could team up. We could do the annual meeting and vaccine at the same time, and your COVID test. I mean, they're all drive-through, I'm guessing. So no, I appreciate your work on this, you guys. I'm sure you'll continue to flesh out the details that Dick asked about, and I think we're on the right track here. I do think that maybe, although I think, Rob, I saw your CCL for January included the director's elections and maybe the annual meeting info. I don't know if that's already gone. Brent,
we still have the ability to make changes to it.
I've got a couple of days.
I kind of think that pushing it to the first or second week in June weekend, if it's going to be in the cars, I mean, it could be a snowstorm and muddy and just, you know, difficult for people and difficult for our staff. I mean, that can happen in June too, but more likely in May.
And Rob held up a sign that said that we held the last one. This year we did it June 11th.
Right.
Yeah, but that was not an official annual meeting either, so.
Mark, what do you think about meetings at the fairgrounds in May versus June?
Either one, you've got a chance of snow. The last few annual meetings I've been to since I've been on the board have been beautiful days, but June would probably be a little safer.
Mark, this is Carl.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is there any visual here?
There would.
At the meeting?
If we did it in the vehicles, no, there would not be a visual. What we would do is we would hand out copies of any slides that we were going to talk about, you know, that might have been a visual. with the packet that was given to the members as they came in. Now, if we are able to do it inside, then yes, we would have visual at the fairground.
How about the broadcast on the radio? Is that only in the perimeter or the proximity of the fairgrounds, or can you listen to that anywhere the radio broadcasts?
With the equipment that we would be using, it has a effective range, which we would test out, of approximately 1,000 feet. So, which covers the parking lots that they have, but it would not be, we could potentially simulcast it on YouTube so that people could listen to it from other places. Yes.
Thank you.
And Joe is shaking his head, so I didn't say something that was wrong.
So Mark, you need to land on a date today and a motion?
Yes, because we're going to need to change the stuff in the January CCL, and so we don't need to do that right now, but we are going to need to pick a date. And Rob, I see him feverishly working there to maybe identify a date in the second week of June. And then what we can do is when we maybe get through the action items, we can take action on that. Now, of course, since it wasn't a posted item on the agenda, it will have to be ratified next month.
Okay. So we want to hold off a little bit so Rob can get us a good date and then. Okay.
Yeah.
If possible, we do have the call for elections in the January CCL. I only have a couple of days to make changes before it goes to press. I think it would be helpful to know the date in that call for elections.
June 12th. How about June 12th?
Is that the Saturday?
That's the Saturday.
Okay, then June 12th it is.
Is that Father's Day?
Oh, geez.
Sorry.
Maybe. No, it could be.
No.
It didn't pop up on my calendar.
Father's Day would be on the Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe we could give a special gift to fathers that come to the meeting. So.
And the 14th is Flag Day.
Okay.
Okay, so we will bring that back around when we get to action items.
Okay.
Moving on, I was participating in the Tri-State CEO call on Monday. Dwayne went through a number of things that the board actions that had been taken and gave updates. He said that Tri-State sales are down about 7% through November, but that their margins are up because of, I assume, similar things to what we are experiencing, that even though we have lower sales because we're not paying demand, that our margins are higher than what we expected. November was not a good month for us, and Stacy will go over that in a minute. The other thing that he announced was that the board approved capital credits. Initially, I think they were estimating the number would be in the $11 million range. The board approved $30 million in return of capital credits, which was a good thing. Tri-State gave system owners the option of taking that in December or January. We chose to have them use it to lower our bill in December, which will help with cash flow for us in 2020. And they have not done that yet, but I believe, Stacy, is it next week? Yes, next week. And then the other thing for them on COVID, they are at their highest level at this point. And so they have approximately 10% of the people of their staff in the office at any time. They're going to continue to do virtual board meetings and virtual managers meetings. They believe that the strategic planning will probably be virtual as well. Sorry, Carl, if I'm stealing some of your thunder here. And he did report that they had several employees that had tested positive for COVID, and a few that had lost loved ones as a result of COVID. So Tri-State, I think, is moving along. They continue the work to identify possible savings for the rate reduction that they have announced. Well, the potential rate reduction that they have announced. And so all in all, it was a good meeting, a lot of discussion from the member CEOs. And I think that they have now set them up to where that we're having them once a month. On the recruitment front, we have currently 4 candidates for the safety position. We're going to do one that is somewhat on hold because of a family issue that we have interviewed, 2 that we are talking with tomorrow, and 1 that we will talk with next week. The 3 that we have not talked to at this point have very good credentials. So our hope is that we have a safety person in place in January. For the warehouse position, Stacy and her team have been doing interviews. We got quite a few candidates for that position, 4 very qualified candidates, including an internal candidate. And I believe that we are zeroing in on a possibility for that position to where that would also be filled and the person would be in place in January. And with the retirement of the operations manager, we have posted that position and we have 11 applicants as of earlier this week. I've gone through the resumes and we will weed out some of them because some of them are not, I'm familiar with one of the candidates and it's not somebody we want. So we will hopefully start an interview process with that in the coming weeks so that potentially we could have somebody in place in January as well. So I will stop there to see if anybody has any questions on Tri-State or recruitment. Seeing none, we will move on. The board, or a couple of board members had talked to us in, I think it was October, about some contacts that they had received from members related to a number of issues. Scott and I had a call last week with Rome, the developer there, and very good call. He expressed a few concerns that he has, especially because it is a multi-year project and we're continuing to work on that. And we told him what we had done to address some of the things that he brought up. He ended the call. He was very satisfied with what we've done, and I think satisfied with things we put in place to address the concerns that he had. Justin had provided me with the name of an individual member that had a concern over pricing, and I reached out to him, talked with him about that. Scott has done an analysis of the bid, both ours and the bid that he has, and we're going to try and schedule a call for next week to sit down with him and go through that. What we have found is that when you take out of our bid the things that will have to be done either way, so like the cost of the transformer, the cost of our people hooking it up, that kind of thing, the bids are very similar. Ours is slightly higher, but we are also looking at some of the time estimates that we put in to where that we could potentially be very close. And when I say very close, I'm talking within $100, $200.
Actually, ours is a little cheaper.
Okay, there you go. We did a good enough job that ours is now cheaper. Thank you, Scott. So I think that that is working well. If board members have other members that contact them, please let us know, and we would be happy to reach out to them and find out specifically what their issues are and talk about those. If board members have specific questions about these two, I think that it's probably more appropriate that we cover that in executive session because we can provide more information if the board is curious.
I do have one procedural question on that.
Yep.
Using myself and not these two as an example, we recently, hooked up the house we have under construction, and we got an estimate for how much that would cost. As many thousands of dollars, but we had to go under road, so okay. But the question I have is, when is there a true up between the estimate of the labor hours and the actual labor hours? And if there's any difference, does the member get a bill? And or if there's any savings, does the member get a refund?
Yes, when the project is closed, we do a true up. And our tariff sets out guidelines that, you know, if it's within a certain amount, we would not bill the member, and it's a small dollar amount, but a few $100s. And if it's over by, well, if it's over, they wouldn't be billed. If it's under, then same kind of thing. There's a threshold that we wouldn't necessarily bill the member for additional costs unless it goes above that threshold. So there is a true up of the actual experience on the job, whether it be materials and or time, and if we use equipment, that type of thing that we need to rent. So there is a true up, and it's generally done after the job is closed.
Okay, so like within 30 days after it's done, or 90? Like, I've never seen that statement. I assume mine was somewhere in the ballpark of what the estimate was, but I think that'd be nice to have some kind of final statement.
And what I will say is, when I say the job is closed, it's not necessarily when the job is completed at your house, for instance. It is when it comes in through our accounting system and all of the costs have been charged to it or adjusted, and then it goes into the system to be closed. And at that point, we will see what the estimate was that we gave, and then what the actual costs were associated with it. So it can take 60 or 90 days beyond the period when the work is actually completed on the site.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just a COVID update. We are continuing with the protocols that we put in place. We have reduced the limit of staff in the office to 25%. We have the line crews that are working, and when I say in the office, I'm talking about the physical office. So if they are in the garage or around the warehouse, they're not counted as being in the office, because generally they are there for a short period of time to pick up trucks, get equipment, that type of thing, to go out to the jobs. We are encouraging staff to limit exposure to members, and when they do, socially distance and wear masks. We're doing everything we can to keep our employees and our members as safe as possible. We recognize that even with perfect, as we have seen, even perfectly following everything that we can still have positive tests, because people don't just come to the office. And so we're doing everything we can at this point to keep everybody safe. And you know, we had talked about, after the first of the year, reopening the lobby. I think that's probably not likely to happen. The closure will be extended until such time as we get some lessening of restrictions from local governmental authorities. So I will pause there for a moment to see if anybody has any questions. Seeing none, we will move on. Our potential oh, yes, Liz.
Yeah, there's been some new guidance, well, or at least comments out of the CDC about just wearing masks when you're inside, period. If you're, I mean, I guess we're all inside right now. None of us have our masks on, but some of us are in our homes. But I know our policy's been, when you're in your office, you don't need one. I was just curious about wearing masks I mean, if we're gonna think about that, this space should help. But there's been quite a bit of new research done on this spread based on airborne, depending on ventilation flows from out of South Korea. And then also, if folks, I mean, the warehouse has a lot more space, but are people wearing masks in the warehouse? I'm just, I continue to be concerned, given how much COVID there is in the community, that the risk that someone will come to work being infected is increasing. And
Absolutely.
Anything we can do to limit the risk to the rest of the employees.
The warehouse, they do wear a mask if they are coming in contact with each other, or they're coming in contact with the linemen. So they are required to wear a mask just like everybody else. What we have done at this point is that people are I think, wearing masks more frequently in the office than they were before. We have so few people in the office at this point that we are still requiring that they wear a mask anytime they're in public, anytime anybody comes to their office, that both employees need to wear a mask and we need to socially distance. So I think that while we have not gone to 100% of time when they're in the office, they have to wear a mask. I think that we're getting a much higher percentage at this point. And I think we just lost Liz. So if she has additional questions to this, we will come back, but I will move on.
Mark,
Yes, Carl.
Carl, one more question for you. Has it been determined in any fashion that like linemen or anything else are essential and would be first in line for the vaccine when it comes?
The answer is yes and no. The county says not essential. The state says they are essential. And so I think it will determine on who gets to decide who gets the vaccine and the priority. So if it is the state, I think there is a good chance that linemen will be earlier in the process. If it is the county, then they'll probably be later in the process.
Is it only linemen or is it staff included?
I think that we would have some staff that we would perhaps get into that essential, although it's going to be determined by how the state decides to disperse the vaccine. And since we don't know that plan at this point, I would say that what we would push for is it be linemen and anybody who has public contact first, and then potentially other people within the office that we would be willing to allow that to be a little bit later. But our folks that come in contact every day with members, potentially, those would be the ones that we would want to push hard to get vaccinated as early as possible.
Do we have to do this on our own, or is the CREA or any other organization getting involved in that decision?
I believe that NRACA has pushed a lot of efforts to have utility workers designated as essential workers. I do know that CREA has had some conversations at the state level, but I think most of it has been carried by NRACA, so that in the legislation that has been passed, whether it be the various stimulus bills or other things, that they have pushed to have included in there that electrical workers are essential workers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Mark, this is probably a discussion for another time or different venue, but have you have any thoughts on or given any thought to people that don't want the vaccination or won't take the vaccination?
We have not. Where obviously that's going to be an issue because some people will not want to or won't think it's safe, especially if they are the early adopters. So we're going to have to try and figure out how we deal with that, because and that may be a legal question that we discuss with Levi as to whether or not we can require somebody to do this. But I would guess that we probably can't require them as part of their work to be vaccinated. But Levi, do you have any comments that you want to share now or maybe in executive session?
None now, and not sure I'll have any by executive session either. That's just one more novel legal issue to go with the novel coronavirus.
Okay.
And here's the good news. We might not have to worry about that, for a while. I think we're going to have, it doesn't sound like the vaccines are going to be plentiful at the beginning. So.
I don't think essential workers are until phase 2. First responders are in phase 1, but essential workers are at the earliest phase 2, which is the spring.
Yeah, and I think it's probably second quarter based on what I've seen at this point. So
there's some good news. Some people are starting to get vaccines already in the US. My brother works in a hospital and is getting his this week. So that might be some experimental sign off or something, but
yeah, because it hasn't been approved yet, right?
I thought
we're having
the
a public
FDA
hearing today. So
yeah, I thought the FDA
unless he just
panel was
anticipates
meeting
being
today,
approved and getting it this week.
but I do know the vaccine is in the US, and it's ready for distribution. And what I saw was they would meet today, and the panel would hopefully make a decision today. And based on the decisions made by the UK and Canada, I think it may direct the US in any decision that they make as to the efficacy of the vaccine and its safety. So. Okay, so moving on, our potential fiber partner, we had some additional discussions with them. We expect to have a letter of interest from them by hopefully this month. And we have told them what we would need in the letter of interest. And they don't seem to have any issues, or didn't when we talked with them. So we could know early in the next year whether or not it was somebody that, based on the terms that we wanted to do business with. And we would, of course, bring that to the board for their review and approval. And I'm not sure that we'd get it done in January, but maybe by February, or do something via email that we could ratify in February. Because we're moving forward with the project either way. You know, this would just be a way for us to offset 50% or more of the cost. On the community solar, Levi and I had a conference call with the members of the executive team of the entity, as well as their attorney. They had made changes, we had made changes to the lease, and so we felt that it was most productive to actually get everybody on a call and walk through the changes and explain the changes that we wanted and why, because we felt that they didn't understand some of the changes that we were asking about. Levi yesterday had a conversation with their counsel, and we expect to see something back, which will hopefully be a final draft of the lease, hopefully within the next week or so. They have not made a firm commitment, but we have told them the timeline that we're working under, and that, you know, when we need to have it so that we can start the process with the county to get the special use permit. And that's, I think they understand that timeline, and they are trying to work to meet that timeline. On a side note, I had a call yesterday morning with the town of Fraser and ISI, which is the contractor that has built our solar. And the town of Fraser is looking to do solar. They wanted to know if they could potentially piggyback on our projects to help lower the cost of their project. So, you know, there's strength in numbers. We're looking to do, obviously, the community solar as well as the nonprofit solar that's under the Electrify Everything. And so if we could pick up another one, the contractor didn't believe it would be any issue to do that. And we made the introduction, and they're going to talk and determine whether or not it's something that works for them. So more to come on that, hopefully in the next month or so.
Great. And I see the EV charger in Fraser is working.
I'm sorry?
I see the EV charger in Fraser is working. I can see it right now out the window. So
yes, and they did the ribbon cutting, and we were there, and we have some pictures that I believe we put on the website. I asked Rob to make sure that we got the Tesla next to the charger, so we got the Electrify Everything logo in the picture for us to post. But I think that Fraser is very happy with that, and we have had reach out from another town that is looking to potentially do something similar to what Fraser did with a level 3 charger. And we're in the very early discussions with them. So we will hopefully see that move forward as well and increase the network.
Mark, could I interrupt for a second?
You may.
Okay, you said it's on the website. I just want to clarify, it was put on social media, and it's also going to be in, I think it's the January CCO.
Okay. And at some point we will probably put it on the website too. So moving on, the FERC settlement. We had 3 technical conferences with the parties. We had yesterday the second settlement session. Poudre Valley put forward a counter proposal to what was filed by Tri-State. The next settlement session has been scheduled for February 22nd. And I think in executive session, Levi and I will talk to the board about legal issues that we see and then strategies moving forward on how we continue to participate in these settlement discussions as part of the intervener group. The next item that I had was in the Employee Assistance Fund. Worked with Helen at Mountain Family Center. They were able to set up the fund. We put some restrictions in place and processes that we wanted to see. The primary ones were that anybody that was requesting funds needed to be a resident of Grand County and that the home needed to be their primary resident. And we are not just doing employees that it is open to others. We have had 2 employees that have asked for assistance, one that was approved and paid. I think the second one may have been at this point, but I don't know for certain. We have 2 other employees whose homes were not destroyed, but they were impacted to where that they are not livable at this point. One we think is going to be resolved hopefully fairly quickly within 30 to 45 days. The other one is probably 8 to 12 months because there are issues with foundation and roof and other things. I've talked with both of them, encouraged them to file something, and even if they don't know now, to file something. As Stacy showed the members who were on it, or the board members that were on at the time, we have the check for the $3,500, which was the board approved last month to donate their per diem. That will be delivered to the fund. And I'm still working with a couple of our vendors to get additional funds deposited into the wildfire assistance. I will hopefully have a report for you next month from Mountain Family Center about the number of people that have been helped and the amount of dollars that have been dispersed through the fund. So I will stop there for a moment to see if anybody has any questions on the last couple of things that we talked about.
Hey, Mark, I know we've talked about this, but just so the board's aware, CREA also has an employee assistance fund out there, and I believe it's up to about $100,000 with matching funds through Tri-State and others, and it has to come through that request has to come through you, the general manager. So if we have any employees that want to try to take advantage of that, that's out there as well.
Yeah, and my understanding in talking with Liz and others at CREA, it doesn't necessarily have to just be employees. There is the possibility that it could be used to support local organizations that are providing assistance and aid to people that were affected by the fire, so members. And so Rob and I will be working on that. He doesn't know this yet, but Rob and I will be working on putting together our request to CREA for assistance from that fund. It's due by the end of the year, and I believe it's January that they are thinking about actually making decisions to disperse.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, the last item, and everybody can say yay, is an insurance RFP. We will talk later about the wildfire legislation that CREA is putting forward and the discussions that we have had with CREA. One of the disappointing things that we have a meeting tomorrow with Federated to go over our insurance review. And one of the disappointing conversations that I had with them recently was we believed initially that it was poles and lines that were excluded from our coverage. Based on the conversation that we had with them, it's anything in our distribution system that's not within a substation. So transformers, the equipment for communications of our AMI system, meters, none of that is covered based on their initial determination. Now, we are going to file a claim anyway, so that they will hopefully review it. And if the initial determination was wrong, we could potentially get some money. If it is not, then we have the denial of our claim that we can provide to FEMA as part of the package when we go in to ask for FEMA money. I have reached out to a number of my insurance contacts from my previous life and found a broker in Boulder that is part of a national organization. It's a large insurance holding company that is based in Michigan, and they have more than 350 agencies across the country that they own. They have the horsepower to be able to do things that smaller agencies can't. I have a call into the principal of that agency, and hopefully we'll be able to talk to them tomorrow to see if there's a way for them to be able to provide us a bid for some of this insurance. The other is that there's a large company that is based in California, and they do insurance for organizations. And in fact, they just did a webinar for their agencies on wildfire and wildfire protection in California, Colorado, and Alaska. And we are reaching out to them because I know the president of the organization, and to see if there's a way that we can potentially craft a policy or coverages that would provide some coverage for us. It would probably have a large retention for us, but in the event that there was fire damage, we would be able to collect some money. And then for say weather, whether it's ice storms, windstorms, we'd be able to potentially collect money for damage done in those instances, which we cannot currently. What I am thinking that we will probably need to do is to have a high incident deductible somewhere in the neighborhood of $25,000, which if we have one pole that's damaged or two poles, that probably we will get nothing. But if we have multiple poles that are damaged, we could potentially get payment for that. And then an aggregate somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000. So all of the claims that you would add up to is $500,000. Now, $500,000 is a lot of money, but when you look at the $7 million that we are currently looking at to restore the system, if we could collect even a fraction of that, paying the first $500,000 would be worth it if we could get a couple $1,000,000 reimbursed to us. So I'm going to have that conversation, and I'm trying to schedule that one with the California company for next week to see if there is a way for us to structure a program that works for them, but also would work for us. Had a number of contacts from other Colorado CEOs that are very interested. So there's a possibility that we could create a pool, which would allow those that wanted to participate in it and provide some better coverages and possibly lower deductibles as a result of that. So those conversations will be happening. Whatever we do will either be used to complement Federated or replace Federated as our insurance carrier, because currently we're paying for property coverage, and basically the only thing that it covers is our building. And our building is not our biggest asset. It's all of the stuff that we have out in the field. And so that is basically uncovered, and we are accepting the risk for damage to that system.
Are you suggesting that of that 7 million, most, if not all of that is not covered?
Well, none of it's covered. Zero.
Mark, is that
Yes.
labor and material?
The 7 million?
7 million is labor, but most of that labor is internal. And,
Yeah.
My question is, if it's being done in the regular course of how we operate, we don't have anything else going on, that some of that cost conceivably is just part of our operating budget.
It would be part of the capital budget because we would capitalize any work that's done, but we are not able to do everything that we need to do and restore the system. So we are bringing in contractors to do work to augment what we are doing, which is not part of our budget or was not part of our budget. It is now because we've got to find a way to pay for that. But we use the contractor to restore service on 125. And we're bringing in some contractors to do some of the work that we're not able to get to service the members.
Okay.
Are we going to have a separate discussion today about paying for that damage?
Not today, because we still don't have finalized numbers. We have the capacity to pay because we have the ability to borrow basically money that is sitting there with RUS if we need to. We have cash and we can cover some of those costs, but we don't have enough cash to cover over $7 million.
Yeah, and there's a lot of better uses that 7 million could have gone to than rebuilding. Do we qualify for FEMA disaster money or anything?
We are currently working with CREA on a FEMA application that will potentially be part of a statewide application for wildfires in 2020. The issue that you have with FEMA is that under the best of circumstances, they will get you your money in 2 years. The normal process can take up to 5 years.
That's what I had talked to CRA about. Dale Clishbod told me that could be 4 to 5 years.
And so, I mean, I've seen both. And obviously we need to incur the costs and then basically, maybe get reimbursement at some point in the future from FEMA. And generally they will not reimburse 100% of what you lost. I think, at least my experience is there's a cap of about 80% that they will reimburse. And there are some things that they don't reimburse. It is really an odd process. And you see the disasters on TV and FEMA is there and they're processing all these loans and you think, oh, these people are getting money. Not necessarily. They may get assistance, short-term assistance, and they may get money, but it generally takes a long time to get that.
Is ever created this fire and we sue him? God.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing.
Do we know? Okay. No, I think it's an important question. If they can establish the cause of this fire, we should go out. I mean, we'll be one of the many people in line, I imagine, to try and recoup some costs from whoever started it.
And I think that is obviously something that we would look at once they determine the cause. But I think the other thing the board would want to make sure is cost benefit, because let's just say that it is somebody out with a campfire. They have virtually no assets and little insurance. And so is it worthwhile going after them and getting a judgment that we'll never be able to exercise? And depending on the costs, it may, but that would be something that we would need to discuss with the board at the point at which they determine cause. I believe Justin has a question.
Did you look, is our exposure factor on our insurance based on our total assets? Because I mean, if we're paying for an insurance package that's based on $100 million in assets, then I mean, and 70% of it's not covered. That's, yeah. I don't know if the exposure factor is based on that total asset or just
I agree, Justin. That's a really good question. I know we raised the limits when I came on the board because we thought that we should have more coverage, but the fact that it doesn't cover anything, we should have actually reduced them.
Yeah, why have the poles even, I mean, why have those assets even listed if they're never going to get covered?
And some of the our assets are excluded, so it's not the full amount of our assets. And so I would assume that they exclude poles, the cost of poles and stuff. It's substation, it's buildings, it's equipment and vehicles that are thrown into it. But still, I think that we may have a limit that's higher than we need based on, what's actually covered. Now, that being said, one of the things that a number of individuals in Grand County are dealing with is that they have not gone back and periodically updated their insurance coverage and the values. And so what they're finding is that their insurance, although it may be really good insurance, their limits are not sufficient to rebuild the house that they had before the fire. We have now, I've talked to several people that's the case, and they're having to kind of modify what they're doing, or they have to come up with the money. And so I think sometimes we look at it and we say, well, people were insured, they can rebuild. Not necessarily if they haven't done what they should. And that is typical in the insurance industry. I will tell you, we had a number of clients and large clients that did not maintain the appropriate level of insurance. And then when they actually had a loss, they weren't able to cover all of the loss. One was a large condominium project, and so they did an extra assessment to all of the people who owned condos, not just the ones that were destroyed, of $80,000 per person. Now, our clients who had homes there were covered because we had them get extra coverage for something like that. But most of the people were not, and some of them had to sell their condo because they couldn't afford to come up with the $80,000. So I think that a lot of factors, and we're going to work with Federated, but based on all of my conversations with Federated over the last year and a half, theirs is pretty vanilla. And it's like, well, this is what we offer, and we offer it to everybody. And if you want something different, we can go out and try and get that. But the last time I talked to them about increasing the extra expense or the umbrella policy, to get an additional $5 million of coverage above the 20 was $500,000, which is ridiculous. There's no way that makes sense on a long-term basis to do that. But Carl, I don't know if you were wanting to ask a question, but I see keeps popping up there.
I did, different issue, but I haven't seen the devastation your way, or been down Willow Creek to see that, to the lines, and you mentioned the pole recovery. Up here on the road to Laramie, most of the damage that was caused to our poles, and I don't know the total extent of it, was caused by the backfire that was set by the Forest Service or the firefighters. If they would have went because they just drove down the road and threw those dragon balls or dragon eggs or whatever they call them out to start the backfire right next to the highway, our lines are like 20 to 30 yards off the right of way there. But most of the damage was caused by that backfire. Is there any liability there on their part or not?
That is something that we're going to discuss in executive session. I got opinions from Levi and Bryson, and which I forwarded to the board. And Levi is going to go over that issue as well as the other question that was asked about legal question that was asked last month when we get into executive session.
Thank you.
Mark, there is a liability part to that insurance though as well, right? Say if we're liable for some portion of we start a fire.
Right, there is liability coverage for us, and primarily the excess liability or umbrella coverage of the $20 million that helps us to cover something should we be found to have started the fire. The problem that we have is that they announced earlier this year, and I sent that out to the board, that they are reducing that amount. So they're putting an exclusion in the liability coverage to reduce the amount. So we can still have $20 million. It just won't cover, we won't have $20 million of coverage if we cause a fire. If there was, let's just say one of our employees took one of our vehicles, turned it into a dozer and plowed through Granby, and we were liable for the damage that person did, the $20 million would cover that, but it won't cover fire. They're limiting the liability related to fire.
I think if I remember correctly, what Liz said that we did up that insurance when she came on the board, and I believe that was the reason for that, was the liability piece.
That's right. And so I want to make sure I just heard that right, Mark. Our liability coverage from Federated does not cover fires at all.
It does cover fires that we may cause. So if we cause a fire, it doesn't cause a fire or
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
cover us for damage to our system, but it covers us if we start a fire and there's damage.
Yeah.
However,
Okay.
Federated,
So what were you saying?
Federated has made a decision to limit the amount of coverage that they will provide related to a fire that we cause. So
To
when
what?
they
Limited to what?
$10 million.
Uh,
So it's half of the 20 million that we have as an umbrella policy.
then the board should reconsider whether you want 20 million.
Well, and I think that we can, there's a good possibility that we will be able to get something from somebody else that may be better coverage at the same or possibly even a lower cost.
Mark, the
Yes, Dick.
question is, if we're paying for 20 million, the reason we did that was because of potentially for fires, and they're limiting it to 10 million. We're paying a premium for something they're not covering. Are they going to rebate us for that difference if we don't want it?
No.
We paid that amount of premium for 2020. They're going to, with policy renewals, they're going to limit the amount that would go towards fire. And so when we do that, we can still decide to have $20 million, knowing that only 10 million of that would be for fire damage, or we could reduce it to $10 million and they would reduce our premium. So it is on a prospective basis that they would be making this change. And I'm not an attorney, so Levi can tell me I'm wrong on this, but you can't have a policy where they go in and retroactively say, yeah, we gave you this and the premium's still the same, but we're not going to provide the same coverage.
Right. So it's for the renewal.
Yes.
Okay.
Or we could have a really good fire plan in place and Jeff can get this legislation passed.
And that would help with liability, but it doesn't help us with the cost of our system, and that's what the insurance is for. So,
I had one other question, Mark. The assumption that this fire that destroyed all of our equipment was started by campers or whoever. If somebody comes to us and says that, we didn't do something power-wise, we didn't shut it off fast enough, this and that, is that covered under this policy because it happened in 2020? In other words, say we get sued for $30 million, whatever, or 20 million. Would our policy cover us for any of the fire damage that somebody says we caused if we lose because it was prior to their change?
It should, because I believe our policy is a claims made policy. And so if it is during the period of time that you were covered, and even if the claim is made after the time where a change has been made, the coverage goes to what it was during the time that you were covered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, the one thing before we move on to the discussion items is I would ask the board that we change the order of the day and table items G, H, I, and J. G, because it is a request from North Park, but we have asked them for a cost estimate and they haven't provided it yet. And so I don't want the board to discuss whether or not we do this, not knowing how much it is that we potentially are going to need or they're going to need. The 2020 employee survey results, Jessica was going to do a presentation on that. I can answer any questions, but what I would like to do is move that to January. And by the way, if you get a chance, look at those. I think that we had some really good movement in a positive direction in the employee survey. There's still a couple of areas that we need to work on, but some of the responses, it's either negative, neutral, or positive. We moved everybody out of the negative into the neutral or positive. So I think that it's moving in the right direction. The MPEI telecommunicating policy, it's something that we were going to discuss with the board. Jessica was going to do a presentation on that as well. And since she's not available, I can try and answer questions on it, but it would be better, I think, if we did that in January. And J is employee retention and recruitment. And there is nothing there, so I don't know what she was going to talk about. So I would be willing to answer questions on employee retention and recruitment, but I don't know what she was going to actually talk about. So that's the request that I have.
I agree with that request. Could that have been the note in her report about asking the board to reconsider the Winter Park property? There's something in there about,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, she had
But
three
it was.
things.
It's based on her report.
Yeah, she had three things in her report that she wanted the board to consider.
And
but with not specific action.
Yeah, and there are specific reasons why we want to do those three things, and she and I have talked about them, but I think that she has more information on those, and so I think it would, in order to make sure the board makes a decision based on the best information possible, I think it would be wise to move it to January. So I think Kristen made the motion to table them. You need a second.
You got a motion by Kristen and a second by Liz. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's like the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so we are on to discussion items. And the first one, I believe, is Liz.
Yeah, and I've thought about, well, first of all, I had talked about this class. I took the ethics and governance class back in September. I'm not sure, it's a board leadership class. Has anybody else taken it on the board yet? Okay, it was an interesting class. The title is Ethics and Governance, Implementing the New Accountability. I didn't question the title as to new accountability. And I know that from a staff perspective, it's always a risk when you come back all excited from these meetings and say, hey, we ought to do X, Y, and Z. I just learned this at this, this class. So I've had 3 months to let this mellow. And I'll just report sort of what we learned. I asked Michelle to post the manual on Dropbox, and it's in there now. Did any of you, before I'd sent an email, I think, with a video, it's about a 20-minute video, and it covers fraud, risk factors, criminal conduct, records management, and a whistleblower policy. Did anyone have a chance to watch that?
I did not.
Okay. I don't know whether, I probably should have Levi watch it before putting it on YouTube Live. It's attorney recommendations from NRECA and CDC and CFC, sorry. And anyway, it made me think a little bit about the roles board in some of these items, but I don't think we should probably watch it right now. So I'll just cover briefly what the class covered. Basically, it seemed like it was a mishmash of two items. One was sort of your role as a director in reducing the risk that your co-op faces. And when I say risk, I tend to think of risk that our co-op faces as wildfires, cyber intrusions, those types of, they're almost threats, but they create big risk. But this one was tailored risk as it pertains to fraud oversight and criminal conduct, and what the responsibility that the board shares in assessing and managing that risk. So in fraud oversight, they urged the board they reminded the board that we have a shared responsibility with management to do this. We need to evaluate management's identification of fraud risks and evaluate the implementation of anti-fraud measures and determine how management communicates the ethical conduct of all of us. how we talk about ethical conduct. And so as I listened to all this, I thought, well, how are we doing on this, and can we do better? Is it an opportunity to engage with management and the auditor and have sort of an interactive approach to talking about fraud risks? So that was the first section. The second section of the class was criminal risk, again, identifying areas of risk, implementing procedures to prevent and detect criminal conduct. And there's we should be knowledgeable about the conduct and operations of the organization's compliance and ethics program and exercise reasonable oversight of it. It's important that we do this, and that way we're not held, Levi can talk about it, but we shouldn't be held as responsible. If we're doing this, we have less liability. Really the bottom line was that we need to identify risk where criminal violations may occur, take reasonable steps to prevent and detect such risk, and ensure that the program is consistently enforced, adequately funded, run by carefully chosen person who have the necessary authority, and we regularly evaluate this program for any necessary modifications or improvements. So those were the sort of the criminal and fraud risk things that were covered. In that manual, there's a board risk assessment quiz on page 13. That's a helpful quiz, I think, and it might help us identify areas to work on as a board. One of our goals in this strategic plan was to become a better board, and I know that our policies often say we need to, who's responsible for this policy? Well, it's the board. This is another way to sort of take some responsibility and step up maybe and see if we think we're doing everything we can be, if we could do it better. The next one was a document and retention records management policy. We do have a record management policy in place. I think that this was geared to some co-ops that might not. There was some talk about the risk of keeping documents longer than you need to keep them. I guess Levi probably would tell us, yeah, don't keep them longer than you need to. I sort of think keeping records helps us understand the history of the organization in some ways and provides some level of knowledge that's good for the institution, but we probably need to be careful on how we do this. Some boards were, some directors on that call were actually talking about how they manage their emails in case they have to have a deposition. Which, anyway, just food for thought on that. We discussed a whistleblower policy. We have a whistleblower policy. The whistleblower policy in that manual is probably a little more in just plain language. I notice our policies tend to be really written by an attorney, perhaps for, they're not as plain spoken as they might be in times. So this one's sort of, but we have one, and I think we've talked about it and the importance of it. And then the class shifted to ethics, and a lot of the co-op, well, the move afoot is to develop a code of ethics. And it's sort of a statement, it's an umbrella statement that's adopted by the board of directors that communicates the organization's values, acceptable criteria for decision-making, and ground rules for behavior. So it's more broad than our policies and a shorter document, but really just helps establish the culture that we want to see and sort of accepted behavior and norms, and gives people something to guide them without looking through hundreds of pages of policy. So I don't know whether that's something we would we'd want to do. They note that such a code helps to build a values-driven organization, typically deals with an organization's underlying values, commitment to employees, standards of doing business, and its relationship with a wider society. There's a, let's see, there's another quiz. I'm trying to see what page it is on, and I didn't note it. There's another quiz that's that is further into the book that will challenge you to think about your own ethics and then the ethics of the organization. We all took those quizzes and just.
Nope, you froze. Can anyone else hear Liz?
No.
No, she's frozen. I think she may, she had dropped off once, so she may end up being.
I only had one point with respect to this and a lot of these classes that I've attended, is that once you go down this path and you start establishing a lot of these scenarios for behavior, you have to have some sort of enforcement mechanism if they're violated. You also have to have a training mechanism to make sure everybody's aware of this, all the employees. And a lot of times you wind up creating something so large that it takes an awful lot of time for an organization to monitor these things. So as you go through it, one of the problems you might find is it's very involved. And so I just thought that was one thing that was pointed out years ago when I took one of these classes, is that when you head down this path, make sure you know what you're getting into, because it could be quite involved.
I know Liz isn't here, so it's a good time to maybe talk about this. And we'll try to.
She's back.
Oh, Liz, you're muted.
I'm really sorry. Have I been muted though? Have I been muted the whole time?
No.
I was
Okay.
gonna try to volunteer you for something before you pop back in, but I wasn't sure where you were gonna go with it. But what if you worked with Levi on this and kind of, you guys, because as you pointed out, we have to do our fiduciary duties. We have to review that once a year, correct? Per policy.
Right.
And this really kind of wraps around that. And maybe you and Levi could get together and use some of these things, and maybe develop a new class for 2021 for that training.
Right, and I think I think that would work. I think that one thing that I didn't say was that, and we might incorporate this, is that instructor really did encourage us to practice mock ethical dilemmas and conflict of interest scenarios. So not really real issues that we're facing, but put us in a scenario, and so that we get better at handling and resolving them, and can sort out some of our issues, so that when a real sort of crisis or problem comes up, we've actually practiced, which I thought was an interesting point. And then the last one was that he encouraged us to check on ourselves on the morning of board meetings, and see how we're feeling, and ask ourselves why, and ask ourselves how we can do better. So there was also just a brief discussion about ethics and culture, and sort of the speed of trust. If organizations have high trust levels, everything happens faster. So that's my report, and absolutely I'll get with Levi. And I know we handled our fiduciary duties training last year in January. So, we're at the strategic planning, which Mark reminded me of. And we should put that in the minutes at some point.
Yes, so Michelle, that you can put as part of this discussion that we discussed the fiduciary training that the board did in January as part of the strategic planning.
Levi, would that be something that would work for you to work with Liz? It doesn't have to happen in January for sure, but Just so we're the next. Okay. All right. Anything else on that, Liz?
Nope, that's it. Does anyone have questions? And thank you for listening.
Could you please resend that link? I apologize. I missed it somehow. So,
Oh, the video?
yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll send it to Michelle, and maybe she can just put that on call to order too. It's not very big.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, do you want to move on to B?
Well, we are at 9:22, and the next four items, B through E, are policies, and staff did not make any changes. Levi made change to one of them because these are board policies, and I believe that it's better for the board to review them and suggest changes and then approve those changes, as opposed to staff making changes to these policies that, for the most part, apply to the board. So I don't know if you want to take a break now, Jeff, or if you want to just.
Well, I was kind of waiting on Dick. Can't hear you,
You're
Dick.
muted.
Can't hear you. Still muted.
I'm good. Boss is taking care of all the stuff that had to be done, so I'm here. You can take a break whenever you want. I'm all yours.
Yeah, maybe let's try to get through these, Mark. The director policies.
So D, and all four of these policies are up in the normal rotation. And so D1 is the policy related to directors' duties and standards of conduct, some of what Liz was talking about. And as you see, there are no changes suggested by staff. So I know, well, actually, there is, I think, one.
There is one red line.
2A2, and I believe that was possibly Levi that made that change, but maybe not. Maybe it could have been us. So I know that the board has had these for a couple of months, and I don't know who might want to start as to suggested changes that they would have, if any. And Michelle can record those, and then we will bring back the versions of with the changes that the board wants in January, and the board can approve these policies in January.
So did everybody look over E1?
I have not seen anything, excuse me. Reading over them, I haven't seen anything that's glaring that I would feel needs to be changed. I think we've gone over these in the past, and they're fairly inclusive. I haven't seen anything. The only one on D4 would be looking at virtual meetings. I don't think it's covered, and that would be the only area, and I think that would just be an addition with circumstances we're in, that we may want to put something in that, you know, under special circumstances, you have attendance at meetings can be virtual. I don't think you need much more than that. I don't like the idea of putting something in that would allow us to do virtual meetings at whenever we want. But I think maybe we need to put something in there under these circumstances, you know, we have special cases like the pandemic that a virtual attendance is included in how we're doing this. That would be my only suggestion. As for the others, I think they're fairly inclusive, and I didn't see anything that I would feel needs to be addressed.
Well, I think maybe we should take them one at a time. Because they're so like the first one in D1, well, one, we're going to have to change that blue date that says November 12th, but then I didn't see a lot of changes that I feel need to be made. The one thing I will point out is, you know, historically we've had our meetings and not a lot of people have come to the office and sat through them. And so when you look at B3, abstaining from revealing other than directors or the general manager, any differences of positions among directors on matters considered and acted upon by the board. It's, if we have an issue that we disagree on, it's on YouTube and our members are going to see it. I think the important thing is once we make the decision, then we all stand behind it as a board. So I would say that's sort of a distinction in operating this new way. But, Levi might have a position. It just seems like our differences are clear if we broadcast this, our meetings. And, but we need to, once the decision is made, it's a board decision.
Levi, do you have any input on that?
Not really. I could get into a more kind of intricate conversation in executive session, but so I don't have any comment in open session.
Okay. So I would move that we approve this as amended.
With the red line, right?
With a red line, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Liz.
And also with the date changed to December.
Correct. A motion by Liz,
I'll second it, or Dick is too.
second by Justin. Any further discussion on that? Kristen, did you have
I apologize. I'm waiting for some medical test results, so I had to pick that up. Please continue on.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Let's go on to D.
D2, which is functions and duties of the board of directors. As you can see under section 2 policy, we changed 6 to 7. And then I don't know if the pink, is that something that you added, Levi?
No.
Sorry, I haven't been able to get my iPad to work, so I can't.
Oh. Okay, well, it basically.
Okay, so
Note about enforceability.
Yeah.
Oh, this has to do with the drug and testing policy and whether the board is subject to our drug and alcohol testing policy, which, I mean, if the board really
does that have my comments in there?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think that if the board really wanted to be, that's okay, but it is going to be, I think, difficult to administer because we do random tests, and if you were picked randomly, then you would need to come to the office to be tested on that day, and you don't find out until that day. So we will go with what the board would want, but I think it's impractical to have the board be subject to our drug and alcohol testing.
Well, and I think that paragraph C too, it's really awkward. And, as the president or whoever the president might be, I don't want to be your supervisor.
Right.
And supervise the drug policy to the 6 other board members. So that Levi offered some opinions that are on the next page.
I think we should strike this paragraph, and that maybe we ought to have a simple sentence that ties into, moderation or something like that, and then leave it and tie it to board disciplining the board in the bylaws.
What does that look like, though?
Well,
Levi,
Yeah, I'd have to see. I'm not sure I follow you, frankly. Moderation, like only do drugs in moderation?
Well,
no,
I meant
Levi,
as far as alcohol. I mean, I know that it may not be an issue for a while because we don't go to any meetings and we don't have dinner after the meetings, and Dick doesn't get a beer after the meetings. So, maybe drinks during virtual meetings. I don't know.
Liz, the way this is written, this applies to you 24/7.
Well,
that means after.
Yeah, no. Liz was recommending that this not the way it's written.
I'm saying we get rid of it, Dick. And I'm saying that when we're on official Mountain Parks business, and I guess if if a board member, and this comes to, maybe we should have a discussion about this in executive session, but it does come to the code of conduct and ethics question, that our actions, whether we're on board, whether we're on specific board duty, reflect on the co-op. And we have a provision in the bylaws where bad conduct can be addressed.
I think that said, Liz, then maybe it would be my idea just to strike that paragraph. Cover
Strike
something else.
and not even reference alcohol or drugs in that,
Yeah.
and just cover it. Just know that we will deal with it as a violation of our duties as described in the bylaws.
Correct.
And then maybe if we decide we want to develop a code of conduct or ethics, that would help clarify.
This did prompt me to review the drug and alcohol policy. Thanks for including that and attaching it. And I had a question. My read of the drug and alcohol policy is that if someone has a beer at a holiday party, there's zero tolerance for that. It seems
all kinds of trouble with the internet today.
Yeah. Can anyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious, is that the case? Like if someone has wine at a holiday party, are they in violation of the mountain park's alcohol policy?
No, actually at the holiday party last year, we provided drinks, and we gave, I think, 1 or 2 tickets to people so they could have it. I think it refers more to people that overindulge, and especially those that have a special DOT license, because there are requirements for that, and they can potentially lose their DOT license if they have an alcohol conviction driving.
Just throwing this out there, we might want to review that, because the first sentence in the statement of policy prohibits alcohol ever anywhere on mountain parks premises or work sites, and I would never want to see someone. Yeah.
And that is the case. You cannot drink on our premises. Our holiday parties are not at our premises.
Gotcha.
So when we've done them, in the community room, and I think that we've made an exception for that policy prior to that party. It was it's a board decision to lift that policy for that, that specific party. I think we've done that in the past. Yeah.
And we also did it for the Granby Farmers Market. We talked about doing it. I don't know if we did it. One thing I will say, in our drug and alcohol policy, there is a typo on the first paragraph of 3, which it should say manufacturers rather than manufacturers. So if we're cleaning things up as we go through.
Well, Dick is a manufacturer of tequila, so.
So are we good to move to amend that D2, strike that paragraph?
Paragraph C.
Is it? It's paragraph 2C, and approve as amended? How do you want to do that?
Is that a motion, Liz?
Yeah, I move to do that.
Okay. We have a second by Dick. Does everybody understand the motion? We'll just be striking paragraph C.
I had one. And I mean, I told him,
Okay. All those in favor?
You need to mute. And then the other change, of course, is 6 to 7. So.
Right.
Okay.
So I would.
As amended.
Michelle, did you get all that?
Yes, she did.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. D3, conflicts of interest.
Yes, and I don't believe, just scrolling through it here, there are no red line changes. It does not appear in it.
I don't see any.
Yes, no one chimed in on that one. That one was just added for this month.
I think it's a good policy. It seemed like it covered a lot of what was in the class. Go ahead, Kristen. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good policy. In reading this several times, though, I realized it's written by lawyers, which is probably a good thing. But I couldn't find anywhere in here in like a plain language way that said officials or directors shall not vote on matters in which they have a conflict of interest or shall recuse themselves. Like I see section 3, which is you can't participate in a conflicting interest transaction. Maybe that applies, but I would like to see the language simplified around that. So I would put forth a proposed modification to section 3 before those 1 or 2 that says in very simple, straightforward terms, officials shall recuse themselves from voting on matters in which they have a conflict of interest.
Okay, Levi is looking quizzical.
Yeah, Kristen, can I take a shot at, I especially on a policy like this, I don't like drafting on the fly.
Of course.
Can I do this? Can I take a shot at that for next month? Because it's,
sure.
I'm not sure it's quite that simple because there are circumstances. I think there might be circumstances where you can vote where you have a conflict of interest because there are exceptions to the rule. Okay. So I want to look at that.
All right, I appreciate that. The scenarios
we like things to be simple. They're unfortunately not always.
So I'll give you a couple scenarios that I had in mind. Maybe you think this already covers them, maybe not. But like, let's say that one of us has a spouse that works for a nonprofit and they've asked us for a large donation, right? Under Mountain Park Services or as a board. Should a director recuse themselves from that kind of a vote? Or if we're voting on, let's say, a new wholesale power contract and someone has a family member that's an officer there, should they be recusing themselves from that vote? I could interpret section 3 to say yes to that, but I don't think it's really explicit. And I'd like a little more clarity around that.
So one thing I will say is that the policy doesn't actually create what your duties are. This is really just trying to, all this would do is summarize what your legal duties are. So a conflict of interest, transactions, conflict of interests related to votes would be governed by Colorado fiduciary duty law. So I think that has to kind of, and we can't really drive. So that general law would govern, sorry, this is where I was going with that. That general law is what would govern the answer to those questions.
But can't we also have policies that you like generally the board frowns on people voting on matters where they have I mean,
you can say like frowns on, right? Yeah, but otherwise to be able to actually enforce them against each other, you need bylaws to allow for that. And the bylaws do currently say that you can be removed for breaching your fiduciary duty, which violating the conflict rules within fiduciary duties would trigger that.
Sure, so, and part of fiduciary duty is obedience, right? Obedience not only to law, but obedience to policy. So if we have a policy, like a drug policy, and someone violates it, or if we have an ethics policy and someone violates that, or if we have a conflict of interest policy that someone violates, then
just violation of something like that by itself would not necessarily be a breach of fiduciary duty, no.
Okay.
Well, maybe this gets back to whether or not we should think about a code of ethics versus policies. But
now I'm confused.
I read this more.
This conflict of interest policy has no legal bearing. Is that what you're saying, Levi? Like, I'm sorry, I'm thoroughly confused.
Okay. Yeah. So we're going to have executive session later. So probably best if we discuss it there.
Okay.
Okay, so then we will move on to D4.
Wait, Mark?
Yes, Carl.
Carl, I have a question.
Sure.
Policy 2, D, section, let me see here, section where it addresses per diem, section 5A. I'd like to propose something for the board to consider. In my mind, the board president, and I know some other co-ops that do this, ours is not one, but I feel the board president deserves more per diem than the board directors. Under the circumstances that we are under today, and you referenced it at the start of your manager's report, that you're talking to the board president at 7 o'clock in the morning. I think his duties are exaggerated right now. And I think it's justified because he's the board president, but I think we need a modification in this policy to compensate the board president more than the directors.
So Carl, you're referring to policy D4, right?
D4.
Yeah, I think it's D5. D5A is where it references the per diem and what would be compensated, but
It's D4-5, section 5.
Okay, policy
Yeah.
D4, D5A.
Correct.
So I'd move
right.
table then D3 until Levi has the opportunity to review that, so we can move on to D4.
Thanks, Kristen. We have a motion by Kristen and a second by Liz. All those in favor? Okay, we'll go ahead and table D3 and back to Carl on D4.
So I guess, Carl, would you have a recommendation as to what that would be, the differential?
$600.
$100 for your troubles, President. Is it worth it?
No.
I would think almost up to 50% more would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think maybe $750.
And as long as we're talking about this, we're supposed to review the actual per diem for the board. And in the past, this goes way back, we used to tie the daily per diem to what Tri-State does. Carl, a question for you. Is Tri-State's per diem still the 500?
Yes, it is. They tried to modify it here a couple of meetings ago and pay a flat fee to the directors, not a per diem, just a flat monthly fee as some of the other G&Ts do. But it was rejected by the board, and we're still under the same policy of $500.
Okay, thank you.
I brought this up because I feel
like
it's worthy of some discussion by the board, but in my mind, the board president's role is getting more important, and I think they need to be compensated a little bit more for that.
I agree.
So Carl suggested 100. I believe Kristen suggested 50%, which would be 750. Do we have a motion from anybody as to what we would change it to?
I'll move for the 750.
Second.
Yep. Okay, so that's, and then we need one other thing, sorry. Oh, is anyone back? Yeah, okay, so just a quick comment. I think we need to address the virtual meeting issues, like classes. I mean, in the past, we've gone to Jeff, we've gone to classes, we've gone to the Innovation Summit. What do we do with that kind of stuff now? Given that, like, you think of the Innovation Summit and it's really, you know, spread out over days and it's an hour and a half here, an hour and a half there. Do we just encourage people to take advantage of those webinars and not do any sort of per diem? Do we tell them, or do we say after 8 hours of watching webinars that Jeff's approved, you get 1 per diem day? How should we handle that? Or like Dick had his tri-state meeting, he was the delegate. That should be a per diem day based on the amount of preparation you had to do. Just how are we going to handle those types of things?
Second on the floor right now. And
aye.
Yeah, your discussion is on something else. So I thought maybe we vote on the one, and then I agree with you. We have to clarify how people are compensated for virtual attendance.
So, well, let's clarify this. So we're talking about policy D4 here, and I think all these changes that we're talking about have to go into this policy. So Levi, maybe I misunderstood, but probably we should be taking all these things into consideration and making a motion on changing this policy at one time. Or did I not follow that right?
You mean have them drafted in advance and consider the changes at a future meeting?
No, but there was a motion and a second about the president's per diem, but that falls into this policy. This falls into D4. Now we're talking about meetings and attendance at those meetings. So I think any motion we make needs to encompass all of that into D4. Right?
Oh, wait. So are you? Maybe I didn't understand the motion on the president's compensation. That's permanent. Was the motion to make that permanent?
Yes, to make it part of the policy.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a temporary.
Yeah, and I guess what I would say is that.
Then yeah, you should consider the policy as a whole.
Right.
I would agree with that, Jeff. Yeah.
And but I think that if we have discrete portions of the policy that we want to change, we should take them one at a time and then vote on the policy as a whole as amended, because some of the suggested changes might not pass, and so I think that maybe if we do them one at a time and then vote on the whole policy as amended, that might be the most expeditious way to do it.
And I would add that, like, something simple like changing the compensation for the president is easy enough to do on the fly. It sounds like we're getting into quite a bit of changes that I would not recommend. I would recommend you come to a consensus on what you want to do. Michelle will put that summary in the minutes and write it down, and then we would draft the policy changes for your official approval at the next meeting.
So Jeff, you have a motion and a second on the floor to increase the president's compensation by 50%. So $750, and I would assume $375 for half a day. So I think you need to vote on that, and then we can move on to the next point that I think Liz was wanting to make.
Okay, go vote on that as part of the whole policy D4. Still kind of confused on that, but
we're just going to change. We're going to change 2C to reflect that the directors will be compensated, blah, 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 $500, and the president will be compensated the director rate plus 50%.
okay, so we're going to go through and vote on these one by one changes within the policy.
Those are the only changes we're going to vote on today, I think. I think we're going to make some recommendations on the other ones, but I think Levi's going to have to draft them.
Okay, okay, there's a motion on the floor. Again, I don't know who made it. Who made that motion?
Justin.
And Carl seconded.
We got a motion and a
Chris
second by,
made- Oh, well, okay.
We're all in favor.
is any, okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, sorry.
Just to clarify though, so you said 2C, but Carl was speaking about 5A.
He
So-
was speaking about D5A.
Yeah. And Liz just mentioned 2C
Oh.
also talks about compensation. So it may need to be reflected in both sections.
Oh, that's true. We need to, yeah.
We'll bring it back with the changes. You can approve,
Yeah,
that's fine that you
well,
approved it.
Five,
Get that on the minutes, Michelle.
five is
We'll
five.
redraft it. It'll be much
Yeah,
more
and
efficient. for us
five
to do it
refers to,
after the meeting.
right, five refers to traveling,
I think
reimbursement
what
for
you hear
travel.
is the board has approved the change in the president's compensation and have Levi come back with the wording next meeting or the meeting after and any other changes we make. We've given Levi, this is what we want to do. And I think Levi, if you do the wording and put it in the right places, it'd probably be easier for us. And we can officially approve it next meeting.
Okay,
Okay, so I'm curious what people think about how we handle virtual
Virtual meetings, I think.
or show virtual meeting sort of stuff. Well, non-mountain parks, because we've outlined mountain parks, but non-mountain park stuff.
I think the board training items are important to continue to compensate on some level, but I mean, how long did your last class take you, Liz?
It was 2 mornings, so they broke it up because I don't think they think people will actually do a 8-hour webinar. So it was a Saturday morning and a Sunday morning,
In
like
which
8 to 12 or something, 9 to
my
12.
opinion was between the two combined mornings, that would be a full day as if you went to a class.
Yeah, you didn't have the travel time. You lost some of the benefit of socializing with the attendees, but the instructor tried to make that possible.
What if we take the existing policy, which has some time limits, like if it's something that's under 4 hours cumulatively, you don't get the full day. So if that was, a 9 to 12 webinar, then that should be the reduced compensation of $250. But if you're spending, 6 hours on something, that technically does meet that time threshold.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that we should, I don't know what the format's going to be in like these conferences, like the CREA innovations things. What do you think about that, Jeff? I mean, I think about the wildfire mitigation. That wasn't an official, they did a wildfire mitigation webinar. It was not an official CREA innovations presentation. They had one on RTO, EVs, whatever. Those are less than 3 hours, I think. But if someone attended all of them, maybe that would be an giving a per diem for that would be an encourage them to pursue that additional information as a board member, education. And the one thing that I will say is those actually, you sign up for them, but you can actually just go on the CREA website and watch it now. So it's not like you really signed up and attended. There's no real before we had some knowledge that when we went and said we did something, there was a control. We all saw each other there. Now we could all say we took the webinars, but we didn't really watch them. So there's that risk, of fraud, because I just took that class.
Well,
yeah,
I don't think we have to worry about the board dealing with that. I think, though, when you have all these virtual classes and things like that, I think whoever plans on attending should get Jeff's sign off on it. And that way we know who's supposed to be doing it. Jeff's reviewed it. Like you said, this one thing on fire mitigation, is that important enough? Jeff says, yeah, go ahead and take it. You can get your per diem or half per diem. But I think we should have some scenario in place that Jeff or whoever or the board in general approves when people are doing this. Because there are so many things out there now where you don't just have an 8-hour class or you don't have a meeting you're going to. So I think something like that might help us control Liz's concern about fraud.
And we'd like to see your test results.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to be the controller of you guys whatsoever, but that might be a good idea. Just, hey, look, I'm attending this class, next week is, and then I'll know, and I see, your per diem request at the end of the month, what that you've communicated that to me. And so no, I think that's probably, maybe a good way to handle it. And I've asked Liz, I think it was last month, I asked her if she would, attend something. So I would hope that I would see that on her per diem sheet. Well, she taking the time to do that and getting back to that may be a good way to handle that if everybody's okay with that.
And Levi, do they need to, can we set it up so a digital signature works as well from Jeff? Because I can do a fillable PDF where they sign and he signs with the digital signature. I don't know if that's important or not, but.
That'd be fine for this.
And I had talked to Mark too. So coming in here in the future, Mark or Stacy will get us sheets, per diem sheets for these meetings as well. So we all have a little, skin in the game on what we're doing and what we're getting for per diem. So that'll be coming down the road here shortly.
Yeah, we'll put together an electronic form for you to fill out and send back to us so that we aren't filling out your form for you and maybe making a
Correct.
mistake.
Yeah. But that's kind of awkward. So I'd like to get that in.
Stacy has that already. Basically, there's the form because I wound up getting it at the last meeting from Stacy, the expense form, and it says, for virtual. And I just filled it out and emailed it back. So
yeah, but we've just kind of been on, I think whoever's been taking care of it behind the scenes for us in the past, whether that's Mark, that's Stacy, I see her raise your hand. And because a lot of us aren't, we were coming to the meetings, Dick, you and Carl, so we had access to those. Everybody else didn't. So moving forward, we'll have that.
And I can set it up with a digital signature too, if you don't have it, Stacy.
That'd be great. Thanks.
And is there an easier way for you guys to, I always thought that the per diem forms were, they're good and they create a record, but I was like, it just seemed cumbersome. I was like, how can we do this electronically so you don't have all this stuff, but I imagine you guys will figure out the best way to do it.
We can do it.
Jeff, this is Carl. Can I have a moment?
You can have a moment, Carl. Go for it.
Is it important for the rest of the board to see the request for per diem or what meetings they've attended so the rest of the board knows that? I know our procedure is that we fill out a sheet and hand it to you and you approve it and you're the only ones to see it. At Tri-State, they pass around everybody's sheet every month so that we can see, the rest of the board can see what meetings were attended and what they're getting paid for and et cetera, et cetera. Is that something that's important to the rest of the board?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if this would be possible, but what if that was part of, say, our iPad? you know, we could go in and see, but, you know, I would, you know, hey, Liz took this class. I know I can ask her that question, you know, this, you know. So I
Yeah,
don't know, maybe
and I understand that she asked you the question, but the rest of the board doesn't know that she took that class or I
right.
took a class. And I personally, I think it's important to some degree that the rest of the board know what classes are being taken or what their activities are as for mountain parks in the past month. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like, I guess I would throw that out to Joe, maybe. Joe, is that something you could integrate into our?
We can put, if we get the reports back electronically, we can put them in a folder on call to order so the board can actually see what they are.
Right.
Okay.
And I have a list started for classes, somewhat. I know I contacted all of you to verify classes. So if you let me know as you do them, we can put it in under board documents and I can just create a folder and then just update it.
Okay.
And that just stays in there permanently then.
Yeah, so I think there's two issues. One is the class issue and knowing who's taken what and where they are on their CCD and all those types of things, something we should track. But also just an oversight of our board expenses and being responsible for those as a board. So, I mean, the question is if Jeff weren't an ethical guy, who would be overseeing his Are you back?
Yeah, we kind of missed everything you said there, Liz.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what I was going to say, I'll try to be quick. The class thing is one issue. Just the board's role and oversight of board expenses. I think Carl touches on that. We need to make sure that we all are seeing all the expenses, I think, because otherwise who's to provide oversight of the president's expenses? I mean, I guess Mark would have to come to one of us and say, oh, I feel there's something hinky going on. You know, you guys better look at your board president. As a board, it's really our role to think about those controls. And this would be one of the controls. So set it up so we can see them. Go ahead, Stacy.
Every month on the list of APs, you'll see a summary of total expenses paid, not the detail, but just wanted to mention.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't want to get into the weeds here at all, but just to throw it out, I was thinking about the whole per diem thing, and I might be wrong, but I think some of the co-ops get they get a total per diem per year to function within, not, you know, a separate per diem per meeting, or maybe I'm wrong on that. Dick, isn't like United, don't they get like a full, like?
Yeah, United gets a stipend per month. I don't know whether it's an annual, but it's per month. Plus they have a limit on their travel and, you know, attending meetings. They're allowed a certain amount of dollar expense for doing things other than actual board meetings and things like that. But with United, they have meetings other than their board meeting. They have meetings out and around their area that they attend, and quite a bit. I mean, their compensation is quite unbelievable, but I could tell you what, from the last I heard, it was $22,000 a year, plus I think it was $14,000 for travel and other scenarios. And I mean, they're a much larger co-op, and I'm not saying that should be a scenario, but the idea is they are paid a stipend per month for doing board business, not by the meeting. They go to 5 or 1. It doesn't matter.
That's was not my intent to lead us into that, but I just throwing it out there. I kind of like the way we've operated. You know, you take advantage of the stuff. Go ahead, Carl.
Jeff, that's what I tried to reference before, the tri-state. That was the proposal before tri-state.
Carl, you muted yourself.
Carl, if you can, go ahead.
He's back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, start over, Carl. We missed what you said.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I tried to relay is what tri-state, the proposal was before, is to pay a stipend, a certain amount, regardless of what you attended or not attended. You just got paid that, but that was rejected by the board of directors. And I'm in favor of the way we are handling it right now, is paying for a per diem per meeting. So I would reject anything that proposes to pay a stipend yearly.
Okay.
And Jeff, I think Mark had a comment.
Mark,
Yeah,
did you
my
have some?
comment, I like Liz's deal, and we talked about this last year. If you do attend a special meeting, like Liz's report, a 5-minute book report on the meeting you attended, and share it with the other board members. I think that's important. Liz, you've been really good about doing that. And we've mentioned it a couple times, but if somebody just gave a brief report on, especially if it was a training, just an update to the other board members, I think that's valuable in addition.
Dude, this Justin, it'd be nice if, if Liz is going to go take a class, just let us know ahead of time as a group, so that I feel there's certain things that we all don't need to attend, but are valuable for somebody to bring back to the board.
And it's really just common sense. And I think we do that as a board, on what we attend and per diem issue. I think we do a good job.
I do too. So far, I don't know if anyone else has, the odd webinar type of stuff that isn't an official class. I haven't per diemed any of those. But, I think as we go forward, we need to think about that the information we need now is coming in different formats. And so we just need to have our per diem structure set up to encourage us to continue doing that. I think we've talked about enough changes that we can handle it with Jeff's okay, and Levi can do some careful crafting.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So where are we going? Do we have guidance to Michelle and I guess Levi on how those policies going to look when it comes back to us?
Well, I think what
Levi,
we have is we will change the language related to the president's compensation. And then we will look at the policy in terms of the virtual nature of attendance of meetings and training right now and potentially in the future.
Okay,
So
everybody good with that?
If there are other things that the board wants, let us know now, and then Levi will take a stab at drafting that.
Okay. Anybody have any more input on that before we move along? Okay, let's move along to a break.
Okay.
It's 10:10. Let's be back here at, how about 10:25? Does that give everybody a chance to do their business? I'll see you back here at 10:25.
Hey, Kristen. Can you hear me?
I can.
The I'm leaving, but it won't allow me to chat to everyone.
Okay.
So
I can let people know.
okay, yeah, we're on vacation, so I told Jeff I wasn't going to be in attendance, but I
Of course.
able to bounce in for at least the first part of the meeting here. So
Well, thanks for being here and enjoy your vacation.
yeah, so my background looks like Jessica's typically does, so I chose not to share it.
Nice.
Yeah, Justin, I just heard you talking, so I came back in my office. Why is your picture not up there?
Jealousy.
I know. Oh, sweet. It's kind of overcast, huh?
Yeah, it is. But I'll be, yeah, we're getting on a boat. We'll be on a boat, just my family here in about 2 hours. So I got some responsibilities there.
Nice. Well, you enjoy and stay safe and happy holidays.
Yeah, thanks for letting me chime in for a few minutes there. So, and I don't need or expect a per diem fine. So, but
hey, you kind of look like you're in that vacation mode, man.
I am.
I think you got a haircut or something though.
So my mask would fit correctly.
Yeah.
The
All right, well,
let me know if anything, I know there's a few topics within executive session. I know we can't talk about that afterwards, but if anything comes about that I need to be in the loop with, please let me know.
yeah, and if you want to just give me a buzz when you get back in town.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I had anything else, but yeah. So,
okay, enjoy.
Cool. Thanks to you guys.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So Kristen, are you in your new house?
Oh no. We're still getting the roof on. That's happening today. It'll be a while.
Are you at least close?
Nope. Yeah, it's just, it's supposed to be a student project and COVID has just derailed. So we're scrambling to find contractors and doing a lot of DIY work. And it's just taken a while. If I seem extra stressed lately, that's why.
Okay, well, I realized I was nodding my head, but my camera was off, so you couldn't see me nodding my head.
Sure. I was told to expect this. So everyone who has ever been involved in house construction has a lot of wisdom that I am now acquiring as well.
Yes, well, I did a similar thing where I bought, actually the first two places that I bought, there was not even a hole in the ground when I bought them. And so that was an interesting process. And then when we bought our current house, it was 1970s vintage with mirrors on the wall. And so we took it down to the studs and redid everything in the house. And unfortunately, our contractor ended up getting sick during the middle of it. And so his son stepped in to do it, except his son was worthless. And so then we went and we hired somebody else. And a project that we thought was going to take 4 to 6 months took almost a year. So we lived in corporate housing for a year while we were doing it.
Oh gosh. Yeah, at least we're counting our blessings that we don't have a lease ending or something. So it can take as long as it needs to.
Yeah.
Cool portal, Joe.
Thanks. It's very much a work in progress. There's an awful lot you can present through that portal.
I think you struck the right balance.
Well, it was my first attempt, but there's a lot more coming, I think. Thank you.
Okay, it's 10:25. Looks like we're getting everybody back here. Mark, you ready to go?
I am.
All right, let's move on to, looks like we're discussion action item
F.
F.
Yes,
990.
this was either last month or October that the question was raised whether or not we should put the 990 forms on our website. And staff doesn't have a objection to doing that. They're available if a member wants to go and find them. Basically, they put in Google 990 Mountain Parks Electric and it'll come up. But we can put it on our website, and there are no issues that we see with it. But the board, I think, was wanting to make sure that they had the amount of time to discuss it. So that's why we put it back on here. So if anybody has any questions or issues with it, we'd be happy to discuss those. And if not, then we will put them on the website with the other documents that are available to members.
I'll start. I guess the only thing I don't like about it is that it shows staff salary as well in there, doesn't it?
It shows staff salaries for the executive team if they meet certain requirements. You know, as I said, I don't know that anybody's going to come to look at it on our website. However, it is available if somebody wants to be able to get them. You know, before I came down to interview, I went and Googled and I got all of your 990s to review beforehand. So I mean, that is the one concern that has been raised, is that it does show salaries, but I think that information is available if somebody really wants to get it. So.
Anybody else have any other thoughts on this?
You muted yourself, Liz.
Got to unmute if you were trying to talk there.
In our class, that was a recommended practice in this new accountability.
To place it on the website.
Correct.
I mean, we have our tariff, we have our bylaws on there, and I think that for transparency reasons, there's not a strong reason not to put it on there. Realize that salaries for some staff members are on there, but I don't know that in and of itself is a reason not to do it, because somebody can gather that information from somewhere other than our website.
Okay. So we will, sounds like we probably will need a motion to post that on our website, if that's the case.
I don't think that you need a motion. I think if the board provides direction, we can just go ahead and do it. I mean, if the board wants to do a motion, that we're fine with that as well. But if the board provides direction to me, then we'll just go ahead and post it.
Okay. Is anybody not in favor of this?
Jeff, this is Carl. I'm not in favor of it. I think the information, as Mark said, is on the website. If somebody wants to find it out, I don't think we need to duplicate and put it on twice. So I'm opposed to this.
Okay.
I'm in favor as a best practice. This discussion also reminded me we forgot to vote on whether to make some of those other board policies public. And I think it could be useful if this information is posted to have the policy D4 so that people could see why we're getting compensated and how.
And I think, Kristen, that the board will have that opportunity when Levi brings it back, then to obviously make that public. And then we, I believe, unless there is any objection, that D1, 2, and 3 can be made public and put on the website.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think, Carl, this is out on the internet for people to find, but it'd be nice if they could just come to their co-op and find the information they're looking for. So I am, I'm sensitive to staff's salaries being out there. I think that's tough. But it's also, after 2008, it's pretty much what's being done. So.
Well, I'd say unless anybody has anything else, it doesn't sound like we have total consensus. So it might be best to make a motion to take us down that road. If somebody want to make a motion to that effect.
So moved.
I have a motion by Liz and a second by Kristen. Is there any further discussion? Carl, did you have any further discussion?
I don't have any further discussion. I expressed my opinion, and I appreciate Les's opinion, but it doesn't change my mind. I'm opposed to it.
Okay. All those in favor? Anybody opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All right, Mark, so we're going to skip.
We're skipping G, H, I, and J, which takes us to K, the DOE grant. And
Okay.
I will do a little bit of introduction. Kristen has worked with this too, so she can obviously provide some flavor to it. Kristen brought this opportunity to Mountain Parks for this DOE grant. We provided information to the board, the slides from some of their presentations. There was also a webinar that DOE did, and I believe we had at least one board member that attended. I'm not sure of that. And they provided kind of an overview of the program and how it works. Kristen also provided us with a contact at NREL, which is one of the national labs that we could potentially partner with. Rob subsequently had a conversation with the representative from NREL that Kristen directed us to. And he provided you with some, at the end of the slides that I sent were some of the comments on or an overview of the conversation. What we have seen, and based on the conversation with this individual, is that all of the national labs seem to be getting a number of contacts related to it. I believe at the time, which was a couple of weeks ago, he indicated that NREL had received 30 requests from projects based on their resources, that they are looking at partnering with as many as 3 of those, and that they are looking not to lead the project necessarily, but to partner with to help move the project forward. I think that based on what he also shared with us is they're looking for rather complex projects that connect buildings, that have the ability to have the buildings go off grid, whether it's with battery storage or other resources. I don't know that we currently, Kristen had provided a number of things that we have done with pilots and things like that, and some other projects with the community solar. Based on Rob's conversation, and Rob, if I misstate anything, feel free to jump in. He thinks that they're looking for something more than what we have done. And I think that we're not in a place where we can't do that. We probably can't do it with our staff. We'd have to hire somebody to work with us to put together a project, and hopefully NREL would select one of our projects. We believe that there are, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 grants. There may be more than that, because it's $42 million and they were trying to do $7 million per grant. And we think that if you take the NREL experience with the 15 labs, you're probably looking at this point somewhere between 400 and 500 projects that are, as of a few weeks ago, that would be in the mix here. We are not opposed to doing the work, but I think that you know, that's where we are at. So with that, I will turn it over to Kristen, and she can maybe provide some additional color to it.
Sure. Yeah, a little additional insight on this. First, I think it was just a 2-page concept paper, right? Has that been submitted?
We have not, because we have not, I guess, settled on what concept we would submit.
Yeah. And for those 2-page concept papers, didn't the deadline already pass on that? I'm sorry, I thought.
No, I believe that the deadline is in March.
Oh, I think it's in, it looks like it's December 18th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we had to have the submission into NREL on the end of October for them to have reviewed it, it looks like.
Yeah, I think this opportunity may already have passed, guys. But if you really want to crank on it and just try and get a 2-page concept note, the way DOE runs these grant programs is they do get typically 200 to 300 initial concept papers. Those are the 2-pagers. They whittle that down, invite full applications from about 50 projects, and then they select 10 to 20% of those. So Mark is right, it is competitive. For the national labs, NREL is kind of the recognized national leader on this. So I anticipate that NREL probably got more questions and inquiries around this than some of the other labs. Like, you're not going to see Argonne National Lab or Lawrence Livermore putting together a lot of proposals around this, because it's not what they do. They do, you know, nuclear or other kind of research. So also a quick note on Dr. Michael DeRue. He obviously is a recognized expert, but just because he wants to do something that's more focused on microgrid or buildings that can island, that doesn't mean it has to be the focus of the proposal. DOE has a lot of pressure to provide a lot of funding to labs, and sometimes they reserve grant opportunities specifically not for labs. This may be one of those cases, and why NREL really wants Mountain Parks to be the lead on this, because they want to be able to spread funds out for a variety of different kind of entities. My personal opinion, having some experience with this program before, would be to include as many potential things as possible in the concept note, and then you can always whittle those down in the full application. But again, you know, given the time constraints, I don't know if you'll be able to make it in. But if you do, consider that. And even if NREL is not listed as a partner, I think there are a number of entities across this community that would certainly sign on and support, which could be useful as well, especially given that DOE is looking for geographic diversity and we are mountain and cold. So,
Kristen, what would that concept letter look like?
it's a 2-pager. It basically spells out, you know, here's the things we're doing, here's the things we could do, this is approximately how much money we'd be thinking, and these are the partners that we would be looking to engage.
If you were writing it, what would it say? I mean, what would your
If I was writing it, I would probably
not to put you on the spot.
No, yeah, not putting you on the spot. Little.
No, it's actually, I thought through this a little bit. So they listed several areas that they're interested in: EV charging, community solar, microgrids, buildings that have the opportunity to respond to like a demand response signal. So for example, the work we're doing with the MISA thermostats and the water heaters, that's exactly what they're looking for, is a connected building network that can help us shave our peak. So I would highlight some of these really great pilot programs that Rob and the Mountain Parks family have already invested in. Really promising initial results. Love to scale this up. And oh, by the way, also, you know, funding, hire an additional staff person who could potentially do a larger, more robust program, you know, exploring microgrids and resilience or whatnot. So it'd have to be pretty tight because they're just looking for a 2-page concept note. But if selected, and that's a big if, there will be hundreds of applications, then we'd have the opportunity to decide whether or not we even wanted to invest the time to put together a full application, because those can be pretty labor intensive.
Whose vicious dog is that?
Sorry,
Oh,
it's mine.
somebody's in trouble in your household. That dog's gonna tear somebody's head off.
It's the person walking out close to our windows. Sorry for the interruption. It's good discussion.
No problem.
And so what I think staff, if the board is interested in moving forward, we will work with Kristen, because she has so graciously offered to help us to put together this 2-page document, and we can submit it. And then, as Kristen said, you know, if we are selected to go into the next round, we would then figure out whether or not it was something that we would want to do. So staff's just looking for some direction on whether or not the board wants to move this forward. And obviously it was on the agenda for last month. We had a very full agenda, and I think Kristen had to drop off for another engagement. And so I wanted her to be involved in the discussion.
I appreciate that. Sorry, I had a conflict with my day job, so I wish I could have been on.
So Kristen, are you able to help with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect.
I'd be happy to. Should I connect with Rob or mark you after this?
Connect with Rob, and you know, any information that you might need to help put this together. I think Rob or Chris can actually get that, and then we can put together a 2-page document and shoot it off and keep our fingers crossed.
Rob, I've got a pretty clear agenda tomorrow, so I could definitely help maybe draft something up if you want to.
Yeah, I'm kind of tied up with meetings tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow afternoon or early next week. At the webinar, they said the submission deadline for concept papers is February 17th. So.
Oh, excellent. They must have extended that from when I initially looked at it. That's great.
Well, on the slides, it said something different.
Were you looking at the slides from the webinar or before that, Liz?
The webinar, I think.
Okay, is that the one that Mark forwarded to you?
Yeah.
Because on the first page, right here is February 17th. It's backwards, and I'm sorry.
I watched the webinar also, and it was October 23rd through February 17th is what I'd written down.
Okay, well, we can always clarify that. We'll get a little more research done and figure it out.
One thing that we probably need to mention is they clarified in the webinar that they anticipate making awards in the range of $3 to $7 million, but the cost share requirement is 30% of the total project cost. So that can be in kind. However, there is a 30% requirement for matching funds for the applicants.
Yeah, and staff time, labor, and existing investments into community solar can count toward that.
Yeah. And I see on page 17, it says submission date for concept papers. 12/18/2020 on the webinar slides. FOA timeline for success. And it has a big red box next to it and an arrow.
Well, with a red box and an arrow, it must be important.
It's what caught my attention.
I think, yeah, Liz, maybe we'll just clarify when that is.
Okay, great.
I don't know why there's different dates.
I suspect they probably extended it and then just didn't carry that through all their paperwork. So we'll verify.
Okay, we look forward to seeing the letter. Let's move on, Mark, to tariff section.
Tariff section 204.11. What we are attempting to do here is what we've found within the tariff is that there are a number of fees that are sprinkled throughout the tariff. And if we change the fee, then we have to change the tariff section. And so what we're attempting to do is take those out of the tariff and put them into a single page within the tariff, to where that if we need to change a fee, we just need to change that one single page. And so it will do a couple of things. It will simplify stuff for somebody that's looking for a fee. It will make it administratively easier to be able to maintain the tariff, so we don't have to keep changing a section of the tariff if we change the fee. And I think that it'll make it administratively easier on staff and our members to know that if you go to this particular section, all the fees are listed there. So there are a number of red lines in this, and that was our attempt, is to take the stuff out and then to move the fee into a separate page of the tariff, which we have not identified that page at this point. But we are gathering all of those, and we would bring that back to the board because it will most likely be a separate tariff section.
Just to clarify, one of the changes made says that such deposits are non-refundable, and they're shown in the cooperative's electric service construction standards. Are those easily found on the website?
Scott, do you want to refer to how they can get them?
Yeah, exactly.
It should be. There were some, Rob, I don't know where we stood with putting stuff like that on the website due to the ADA thing. I know they used to be on the website.
And when we do get a request from a member, they call us. We can send them the construction standards, and we generally do, so that they understand what's necessary in order to be able to do whatever the project is that they are proposing.
Yeah, to answer your question, I believe that's the way we're handling it now to maximize our compliance for ADA, is that we don't have the PDF versions of the construction standards on the website.
Help me understand. I recall the map issue. Why can't we have written documents on the website that
well, the compliance issue there is not everyone who's visually impaired, and this was a couple of years, at least 2 or 3 years old. But anyway, has a reader device that can convert the pixels on a PDF document into text so that they can be able to read it. And the additional issue there is also maps. So maps and diagrams become very difficult for visually impaired people because they have to have something in writing that would give them in their head the depiction of a drawing or diagram that someone with sight is able to see.
So is the fee schedule such that it could not be just translated to HTML and put on the site?
Well, I think, let me see. Let me check what we have one more time. I didn't know we were going to have this discussion quite yet, but let me look.
So Joe, while he's looking, is this something that we could create a web page for that would not be a PDF?
There are several drawings contained within the standards, and I think that's probably the hang up on it.
We could create websites that mimic this, but there are still some hurdles to overcome in remaining ADA compliant.
Just a comment. I'm guessing we don't send out the maps in the PD. When a member requests this information, we don't send them a Braille map. So the whole thing to me seems crazy. I mean, unless we are doing that, if someone's blind and we're providing some sort of, I'm looking at Levi, he already looks alarmed. I guess
Yeah,
I'll shut
so
up
the question
now.
was, why do we have to do it on the website if we don't send people Braille maps?
Right.
Because the law just applies to websites. So
But
it requires your website to be compliant.
Well, I didn't think the ADA had a law. I thought that was part of the issue with the website. I didn't think the ADA specifically.
Lost you, Liz.
Sites. I thought that I didn't think
there's a specific law. I forget
Okay.
whether it's under the ADA or not. But there's a specific law that applies to websites and.
Well, since you forget, is that something that Levi could check into?
Just whether there's a law, what the name of it is. Yeah, I can check into that. What do you mean?
Or what our requirements are if we put it on the website, are we then required to provide anything that we hand to somebody in a format that is readable for them?
I guess my goal is to make this as convenient as possible for our members. And if we could somehow have it on the website and then accommodate the folks who couldn't use the website in a different way, that'd be good. And if we can't do that, then, I mean, I just think that it's crazy.
I'm not aware of that. Go ahead, Rob.
This is from the class I took. It was at the University of Utah, who had some reputation as a leader in ADA compliance. And that question came up multiple times in the class. There were people, I'm going off of memory there, from the several universities, Cal Berkeley. There was some there from social media types and large websites, much larger than ours. And that was the people who took the class, that was their question. Well, wait a second, if we have this on our website and 99.99% of the people can use it, are you telling us that we need to take it down because of the 0.001? And the answer that the instructor gave was yes, because if everybody suffers the same, then it's you're treating everyone equally. So in other words, if they don't, the 0.001 don't have access to a map or a diagram or something like that, that the others do, that's discriminatory. So that's what they told us. And I think, then it comes down to risk. Are you willing to put that up knowing that it's not compliant? And I think it was the Department of Justice, if I remember right, that had some sort of a law and some rules around this that everyone was expecting some sort of update on that hadn't been done yet. I don't believe it has been done since then. Anyway, it was up to those businesses and entities to decide if they wanted to comply with that very strict standard or to ignore it.
So I don't see anything in this discussion that would preclude us from having a separate document that has the maps and figures in it and taking all of that out of this document that has important information, financial information that our members are going to need if they're considering hookup projects. So I don't know. I would ask that we consider how to make this more convenient and not throw up excuses. We have a policy right now that we're proposing edits, and it says that these tables are shown, and then we're making it really difficult to get that information.
Well, and Levi, you may not know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If we had on our website a section that allowed them to request this, and we could send them the construction standards electronically or through the mail, would that cause any issues related to ADA, because we're not necessarily showing that on the website, but we're giving them an easy way to request and get the information.
That I don't see any issues with.
So, Kristen, would that address your concern that we put something on the website that says if you are considering a project and would like to see the construction standard, we can send them to you electronically if you provide an email. We give a box, or we can provide them to you through the mail, and we give a box for them to put an address into, and then that generates something that goes to Scott's group, and then they provide them in whichever way that the member wants.
Thank you.
Right now, we do have on the new construction page under guides and information, the following guides and information are available upon request, and we have them listed there. But so.
Well, and I think maybe we could, and this is more work for Joe, but Joe, if you could put on there, if they click on that standard, that it would be a link and it would take them to a request for that information that would generate an email or something that would go to Scott's group to be able to provide them with whatever they're requesting.
Get that, Rob?
What's that, Joe?
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Okay. Yeah, we can put that form on there, Mark. Yes.
Okay. So then what we can do is have this information available to the member in the format that they request, and they would just need to request it because they're probably going to go to the website anyway to look for what they need to do application wise.
Yeah, Kristen, just so you know, we want to make this as user friendly to our members as possible. So this sort of came as a surprise to us when it was pointed out, this compliance issue. So I guess the board at that time reviewed all the issues, and this was the decision they made. So.
Okay.
And I'll say it's fairly, I mean, I have to look at those all the time. So I just carry them, I have them on my phone because I've called engineering and asked for a copy. And that's typically what I tell, the people that I interact with too. So, I mean, the information's there, and, you just need to call and get that email from engineering. So it would be easier, of course, to be able to pull it right off the website, but I also understand, those issues as well. So, but the information is there.
Well, and I think that if we do some kind of a link, that it will provide an easy way for us to provide it to members, but also to stay compliant, because we won't publish it on the website, but it's very easy for them to request the information, so that for us to give it to them either electronically or through the mail. And I think Kristen raised her hand. Oh, okay.
I like that, Mark, because that's 24/7, for the guys that are people who are working at, trying to address that after a long work day, they can request it at 8 at night and they can have it send it the next morning, and they don't have to make that call. So, and we don't have to worry about getting their email address correct.
Okay. So we can do that, but that takes us back to whether or not the board is okay with the changes that we made and moving the fees to a single page within the tariff, which we will, before we would post the changes of this, we will bring that page back to the board so that they can approve that page before we post any changes to this particular section.
Just, I would move to approve it with the correction, the amendment 204.12 month should have an S on it. I'm not sure I fully understand the process of what's going on here. Like the county approves the plat before we finish stuff, but if it's working with the contractors and with engineering, I'm all good with it.
Okay, that was a motion, correct, Liz?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have a second? It was second by Mark. Is there any further discussion? I just had a quick one. So meter tampering, that
That we will move that piece to the two. We just were focusing on 204.11 in this modification, but we will go through the tariff and identify where the fees are and move them into a separate section of the tariff that we will bring back to the board for their review and approval.
Would there be anything in there under that section about that it's against the law?
I believe there is probably more to that section. We just didn't cut and paste everything into the document.
Okay.
Yeah, those fees sound low to me for meter tampering.
Yeah.
We're user friendly.
I mean, that's not even the price of the meter, is it? So.
Well, what I will tell you in Anchorage, what we did is if somebody tampered with the meter and the meter needed to be replaced, they had to pay the cost of the meter and the cost to go out and replace the meter. And that would be more than $80.
Okay, so there's more to this, you think, than just what we're seeing on our iPad?
I believe so, but we'll take a look at that, and when we bring back the tariff section with the fees, we will take a look at whether or not that fee is appropriate, and we may request that the board will show which fees we're suggesting to change, and that will probably be one of them. What we have found, and this is part of the problem, is sometimes we'll make a change in one area, but it doesn't get caught that should also be changed somewhere else. And having the fees all in one place will make it easier to do that, and also easier for us to review and say whether or not this fee that we are charging is appropriate. Either it's too low or it's too high. And I think that's one that is, well, $80 is too low. Because if they damage the meter in any way, the meter costs more than $80.
Right.
So to
Okay.
get this going, I'd like to, I mean, my motion and amendment was for the entirety through 204.13. So maybe I should withdraw that and we should just do the engineering changes. And then staff can bring back the meter tampering.
And I guess I misunderstood. I thought your motion was to accept the changes in 204.11.
She had a
So
correction
moved.
on the S for months in the next section.
Yeah, that correction was actually for 204.12. So
Yeah. And
let's
so
get rid of that.
Yeah, we can make that change.
Okay, so the motion, go ahead, Liz.
So the motion is to approve the changes in policy in 204.11.
Okay, I think that's what that was your original motion, right?
I made a mistake.
I didn't hear it. So we're voting, you made a motion to approve tariff 204-11. Okay. And we have a second for that already.
Yes, Mark.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, moving down into engineering. Scott.
Okay, as you well know, that we're still focused on fire restoration efforts. I wrote about that in my report. We're still working on getting people whose existing residences, either the house is there or some other building is there and they need service. And so we're tackling those. We've identified some poles that are of a lower priority, but still have possible structural damage due to pole testing. They should last through the winter, and so we'll tackle those next year. when the workload slows down a little bit. And so that's kind of where we're at with the fire restoration effort. I do have the signed contract now from for the fiber backbone. So everything is in motion. Haven't heard anything from the contractor, but I do have the contract, so they should be gearing up, ordering materials, doing what they need to do. And then we will move on to phase 2 shortly thereafter. I talked with Gene yesterday regarding the permit situation for phase 2, and the Forest Service is very near completion. BLM is complete. The railroad we submitted, and they have like a 6-month delay for whatever it takes them to process it. So we've submitted that, and we're in a holding process or waiting for those. And then shortly after things snows off the ground or things improve next year, weather-wise, we will tackle the CDOT permits. There are quite a few of them, and they don't take a lot of time to get once you submit them, but it takes a lot of time to develop all of the paperwork and drawings and everything that's required for that. So that's where we're at on the fiber project. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Does the fire impact the fiber plans along 125 at all?
The fiber was not going up 125.
Apologies. I thought an extension to Walden was originally in the plan. Can you remind us where it's going?
Highway 14.
Okay.
Hey, Scott, how are you going to handle underground work on secondary services in the wintertime?
Customer requests, we do work during the wintertime. We will add a charge to the work order to cover winter work. I requested from Todd Purdue this week a list of winter prices. And so we're working on getting that information.
Okay, perfect. Got a couple of questions from.
Yeah, we'll do it if a customer wants us to do it. And if they don't, then we won't charge them for it.
Okay. Any other questions for Scott?
If we want to see a map of where this project is going in, could you send that to the directors?
Which project?
The fiber.
Sure.
Thank you.
There was a good map that you guys did at the employee breakfast.
Yeah, that will be the map I
thanks.
send.
Thanks, Scott. I thought
You're
that was
welcome.
useful. Hey, and do you think on that map, could you put the actual names of the substations for those of us who get them confused? Would that be possible? Or just handwrite it? You probably can't even handwrite it in, can you? You could save it as a PDF and then handwrite it in.
I'll do something for you. I'll
Okay.
type them in manually on the PDF.
Thank you so much. I'm always like, okay, Mettler's the one where's Mackenzie again? So thanks.
Yeah, I can make that happen. What'd you say, Joe?
The one from Vantage Point has substations identified, names.
Okay, I'll see. I'll dig that up too. Well, I'll get something out there.
Okay, any other questions for Scott?
Do you want to just put it on call to order? Would that be the easiest thing? Then we don't have it out floating around. It's just, so it's
Okay.
where we can find it, maybe?
I'll send it to Michelle.
Sorry, Scott.
No problem.
Mark should be directing this, but I'm just thinking of ease of the directors finding it.
We've had a number of requests for the map from different people, and we've provided it. So it is an oversight on our part that we have not provided it to the board at this point.
Oh, I'm sure it's been in a board report, but that was a long time ago. So we'll resend it. It's not a big deal.
And the new one is really nice because it's got all kinds of colors, so it's more entertaining.
Thank you. I know you all have had your hands full, so we'll get the map shortly here.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Thanks, Scott. let's move on to operations and safety. Mark?
Yes, you have the operations report there. And it provides some of the stuff that we are doing and updates. And so I will attempt to answer any questions before we move on the operations report, before we move on to the safety report.
Mark, were you going to give a
go ahead
brief on FEMA? Are we going to do that in executive session or?
There's not a whole lot to update at this point on FEMA, other than we're gathering information to provide to them. That nothing has been done as far as putting together an application. CREA is working to coordinate that for not just us, but others. And that's Dale, the safety supervisor within CREA, that's doing that work. And he was actually up visiting yesterday, taking some pictures of some of the areas to include in that report when he actually submits it. The one thing that I will mention to the board is that with the retirement of our operations manager, Scott has stepped in to oversee the line crews and the fleet area. We also made a change to move the metering group to IT, because a lot of what they do is related to IT now with the AMI system. And both Scott and Joe have had meetings with both of those groups to make sure that they have expectations set, and then they understand reporting structure and communication.
Okay. Any other questions? Operations report?
Just pleased to see the outage management system's going to come online. That's great work to everyone. Thank you.
Mark, did you want to go into the safety report?
Sure. You have the safety report. It shows the number of hours that we are continuing to accrue without a lost time accident. We did not have a safety meeting in November. As I mentioned earlier, our hope is to bring in a candidate by January. If we are unable to do that, what I think we're going to end up doing is trying to get CREA to help us with putting on a safety meeting with safety topics. And we do have a person that is assigned to us to help us through that. We have an individual on the line crew that has provided the safety function for entities that are not electrical. And so we can potentially utilize him as well. He has numerous years of experience as a lineman, but then he moved into safety for a non-utility organization. It was an organization that owns feedlots. And so he understands safety on both the electrical and the other side. He has done presentations. So if we are unable to get CRA to assist us, then we would call on him, and he has offered to do anything that he can to assist us. And then you noted at the bottom of page 2, one of our electrical contractors did notify us of an incident that they had while working on Highway 125. And it was not a Mountain Parks employee. It was an employee of the contractor. And then the last thing is there were no near misses reported in November. So we're continuing to focus on safety, and Scott has made that clear with the group that he is working with. We're also, I think he's working to improve the communication between operations and engineering to ensure that we continue to work safely.
Okay, is there any other questions on the safety report? Do you need a motion to accept the safety report?
Yes.
Anybody want to make that motion? We have a motion by Kristen and a second by Mark Volt. And all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay. I think that's Carl coming back in. He dropped out. Is that you, Carl?
Yes, that's the phone number. So he may not have fully connected to audio, but there he is.
Okay.
Hello?
You back, Carl?
I'm
Yeah, we
here
can hear
now.
you. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay.
I had one question for Scott. I don't know how far you've moved on, but.
Yeah, we're done. We already adjourned, Carl.
Oh, okay. Well, goodbye
Oh, no,
then.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead with
Go
your
ahead,
question.
Carl, ask your question.
I see in Scott's report about a temporary underground service for I-25. My question is I know underground service costs more than overhead service. Why are we doing this? If we're doing it, why are we doing it temporarily?
So the situation on Highway 125 is that the facilities are up on the side of a hillside. Anybody that's driven up Highway 125, if you want to see where that line is, you really have to look for it because it's pretty far up on the side of that mountain.
I've seen it.
It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult to maintain it. It's very, very difficult to work on it. When the fire went through there, it took out several structures, not in all in one area, strung all along the line. There's also lots and lots of dead trees that are still standing within the vicinity of that line with the potential of hitting the line. Any work to replace any of those poles at this point would require hand digging or at any point in time requires hand digging. It requires most likely a helicopter to set poles. We did replace poles in that section of line probably 10, 12 years ago using a helicopter. It was a major production where we basically had crews for several months beforehand digging holes so that we could have everything ready for a helicopter. Our intention is going to be to make a permanent underground solution as opposed to trying to rebuild this line. However, the current temporary fix is not underground. We are allowed by National Electric Safety Code in an emergency type situation to lay the cable on top of the ground. And so we're using cable that's already installed in the conduit, comes on a reel, and we rolled it out across the ground. You'll probably see it if you drive through there. And then we're splicing it together above ground. There's no way we could get any kind of permission from the BLM or the Forest Service to do this in short order. And so it is a temporary solution with the cable laid on top of the ground with the intention of next year going in and burying it.
And would that be
Okay.
temporary or permanent?
That will be permanent.
Well, thank you for that clarification. Your report doesn't reflect what you just said. It said we're doing a temporary underground, and it doesn't say that we're working towards a permanent underground, which I think would be prudent. So thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, I apologize if I didn't make that clear.
And I want to thank you guys. I know, Scott, you're fitting your whole report on one page these days so that we can just ask for clarifications of things that we need rather than get a 50-page report from you. So I know that all the board packets have gotten a lot shorter, haven't they?
I got mine down to 3 pages, 2.5.
That was the goal, is to not have as many pages. Now, of course, it's a little bit easier now that we have call to order, but still, if we can provide something that provides more succinct information to you, that then allows you to ask any clarifying questions, I think that's a better use of the board's time.
Okay. Hey, Carl, we've gone through operations and safety. Did you have any questions there? I know we lost you before we move on.
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, Stacy, are you ready?
Yes, ready, thanks. So since the last board meeting, there's been nothing but dealing with chaos in my department. I think as most of you heard, we had 2 positive COVID tests here. And when that happens, even with our reduced amount of staff in the office, the people that are working closely with these people that tested positive for COVID are quarantined for 2 weeks. So all of a sudden, after the last board meeting and reeling from the fire, I'm making some pretty large changes with billing and cycle dates and read dates. The office basically gets shut down. So we were shut down for a couple days. And probably the largest effect that I noticed is in keeping a leaner staff and yet still having everybody cross-trained. When you have only 2 billing people, and those 2 billing people have to be out of the office, and you have 3 cashiers, and those 3 people have to be out of the office for 2 weeks, it becomes a business viability question, discussion, and a strain, to say the least. So right before the shutdown, we made some pretty quick, rash decisions to take equipment home so we could try and figure out a way to continue to process checks. And we cleaned out the office a little bit with those people that were here. So we were shut down for about 3 days here at the office, had the office cleaned, reopened. And when we reopened, of course, the drive-through was closed, and with 19,200 bills going out November 10th, we received about 5,000 to 10,000 payments and bills coming back over the next couple of weeks that we were closed, and our Dropbox is stuffed to the brim. And we had talked about and had issues in the past where one issue where Dropbox payments had been misplaced. So then the concern became to me, I wasn't quarantined, was how to handle all this mass amount of payments when I'm not the one that normally handles it and all my staff is out. So we were able to react in a safe way and continue to process payments. I got intimately involved with how to do the next billing and did it. Intimately involved with how to coordinate getting payments and checks processed and handled and done. And we processed over, I was looking at it yesterday, 12 to 13,000 payments during the time where my staff was out. So kudos to my staff for me going to the mail, dropping off, but also a huge kudo to our former cashier, Kathy, who is now part of Scott's department. Scott and Kathy really stepped in and helped me out. Just, it was very much appreciated, and we were able to continue to process payments. So with that, and we were able to bill on time for the November 20th billing. And then we were able to, with a lot of my staff being quarantined, still able to work from home and handle the mass amount of calls that we got, still related to the fire, still related to the bill change and other COVID related concerns that come up. So my staff did an incredible job being quarantined, working from home and pivoting. And we had a lot of support and help, Scott and his department, some unique issues when we take equipment home and IT has to help us make sure it's running right and get involved with that. So that was great. And then along with that, if you look at the financials for October, they do reflect some large changes that we had made with the billing reads. So I was expecting them to be down 5 to 10% with the billing read change for the month. And also when I'm looking at comparative financials, we have some large comparative data changes. So we used to have 3 cycles. We used to have read dates from the 1st to the 1st, 10th to the 10th, 20th to the 20th. Now it's all the 1st to the 1st. So going forward here with my KPIs, which are, some key indicators that I've always given you and some comparison, those comparisons are going to be changing for the next 10 months. So I need to pivot and give you some good information and some comparative data that you could work with. So my reports will be changing a little bit starting in November. The month of October 2020 was a warmer month than the month of 2019. So that also would account for some reduction. And then the fire affected us a little bit in October as far as the tri-state bill goes. So starting October 21st, we had, when we did our November 10th bill, and I'm sorry if I'm jumping all over the place, we did the November 10th billing. We had still about 1,800 meters that didn't have good reads, that had sporadic data that we weren't sure until later in the month of November what was happening with those. So we'll have some catch-up billing. We did. Now we just finished our billing for tomorrow, or actually for today. So it's been a little bit of chaos. And a couple different things I just wanted to touch on in my report. October is normally a month that we do have some losses because not this year, but in particular, the ski area is starting to open. They're starting to use more power, and then we'll bill for that in November. And so there's a little bit of lag there and more of a larger lag. But overall, costs for the year are down. Revenue is down, but margins are sustaining. Any questions for me specifically?
When will we see the fire bill reflected in the financials?
Next month will be the first month.
For the folks who we haven't getting meter reads because of fire probably screwing up the communications, are we going to give them any chance to sort of spread out the payment? Or, I mean, theoretically they would have gotten a bill last month, but I'm just curious about the shock. If did we estimate their bills for the estimated amount, or were they just the total amount on this next bill?
We have about 60 that we are decided not to estimate. We decided, I made the decision this morning actually not to bill them. So there's 60 we're gonna have to get next month left. The rest of them are getting actual bills. Anyone that had a fire bill would have a final bill as of the 21st of October. So if we know for sure that their meter was destroyed, we turned them off, stop billing, and we did a final bill. If we were unsure of the meter, there's still 60 as of today that we're unsure of. The rest we were able to figure out. Either we were able to get communications back up and get some good reads, and we billed them. And they're welcome to call us for payment plans, but we did go ahead and bill them. That answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. So as far as the hit we take because of the billing cycles in the numbers, like if you look at the Form 7, it's kind of alarming. That by next month, am I thinking the month to month will look?
No,
or in comparison to the budget for that month on the Form 7?
Month-to-month comparison is going to be difficult here forward because we're billing the first to the first now. So if you just take like November, I'm billing November, December 10th and the 20th. It's November. In the past, I used to have November 10th to December 10th. November 20th to December 20th. So that comparison is off, and it's going to be off for the next few months. I would say year to date, it'll catch up probably midsummer.
Okay.
It's going to be really difficult from what I showed you in the past because of that reading change to compare. Now I'll have some really good comparisons with Tri-State now and matching our actual revenue and cost. I'm really excited about. And then I can work with Joe now with metering and with Scott, and we can start saying, what's happening truly with the line loss, what's happening truly with all this kilowatt hour sales that we're selling. It's a lot less, it's a lot more. We just some good matching data, which will help us, I think, be able to analyze things better, at least for me. And Joe and I have talked a little bit about it as well with metering. But as far as a prior year comparison,
Yeah. How will it compare to what you laid out in the budget for revenue? It's gonna be off a little.
Year it'll be off. I'll try
Okay.
to make some adjustments for the Form 7 for next year. I
Okay.
don't like to touch the budget, but going forward, I'll do kind of my best guess of what I think the revenue will be based on the changes and based on.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Liz.
You're
Go
up,
ahead,
Dick.
Liz. Oh. Stacy, if you change the billing now, everybody gets billed on the 10th of the month for service from 1st to the 1st. When is the payment due date for everybody now?
20 days, the 30th.
So the 30th. So in my case, my bill will be paid instead of on the 20th, it'll be paid on the 30th. It'll come out of my account.
If you're signed up for automatic withdrawal, we do automatic withdrawal date. I think it's 10 to 12 days is the
Okay.
withdrawal
So
date.
it's about the same for me. I just curious as to how that's going to affect people when it hits them. Okay.
So we have 2 cycle dates, just to clarify. We have one on the 10th and one on the 20th. All what we consider general service, small commercial, residential, bill on the 10th, large power 20th.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's appropriate to just thank you and the staff for getting us through the last month. All your chaos.
It's been
Thank you. Thank you.
I feel like now we're through it. It feels better now. So yeah, you're welcome. One other thing I wanted to bring up. So we did finally receive our check for our FFCRA CRA funds. So what we did over the time period when we were closed, March, April, May, closed, reduced staff, when the COVID restrictions were restrictive up here, we had some employees that were sent home that we paid that didn't have the ability to work. So we did apply through the IRS for credit for the Social Security that we paid for them, and it amounted to $117,000. So we had opted, if you remember back then, not to do the PPP because we had some revenue reductions, but not as much, or actually more reductions in costs. So we decided to go the FFCRA route and just received that check 2 weeks ago. So that's a little shot in the arm there for.
Anything else for us, Stacy?
I had one question. Stacy, the charitable trust hasn't met, have they? Because I know.
Met. Yeah, I'd love to give you an update on that. So we met yesterday.
Yeah, the finances show that nothing's been going out.
Yeah.
And I was wondering whether or not that's created any problem because of the COVID.
It definitely has. And we've talked about that extensively. We are getting I would say hardly any requests from the schools since March, where we usually would get, we would fund France trips and Washington, D.C. trips and sporting help, special projects, robotics. We've got none of those requests. So what we had opted to do Tuesday, not yesterday, Tuesday, we had a meeting, and because the funds were growing there, they opted to give $10,000 to the Grand Foundation, $5,000 for their wildfire fund relief pool of money, and then $5,000 for COVID relief for businesses. $2,500 for Jackson County, $2,500 for Grand County. They also decided to give $5,000 to the Mountain Family Center. We didn't have grant requests for these, but they wanted to help fund. The Mountain Family Center has some special unique needs. They feel like there's some donation fatigue going on, and they're worried about their holiday giving program as they were worried about the Thanksgiving program. So they're giving $5,000 to the Mountain Family Center for their holiday Christmas toy drive is what it normally is, and they have a I think they're doing gift cards this year in lieu of some toys. And then they also decided to give $3,000 to each of the different school districts. And I reached out to each of the superintendents to see if they had any upcoming worthy spending that we could, if they got, the robotics in the next year will need some money if they have upcoming projects. So we just gave out $24,000 this week. Okay. Any other questions for me? Thanks.
Thanks, Stacy. IT, Joe.
Okay, I think most of you, maybe with the exception of Carl, saw I posted in the chat the link to the solar portal. Kind of gives us some statistics, information about our the 2 solar plants we have. That will be changing over time. This is my first run at it. There's some configuration changes that still need to happen behind the scenes. I think one of the sites shows it's the incorrect size, and I'm not sure how to change that. I have a call in the solar log and ISI with how to show, it still shows the proper production and things like that, but it says the scales are off. So that'll be coming, improving over time. If you have any suggestions, feel free to reach out, let me know. I'll incorporate them as best I can, or within the limits of the software. The other thing is I was surprised I'm now working with the metering department more closely, and I was surprised to learn that they feel that there's still another week's worth of chasing down lost services, lost homes, lost facilities. They're basically following the primary line in the fire affected areas and looking for places that had service that no longer have service. If I was involved a little earlier, we would have used the AMI to do this process a little differently, but with about a week left, they're still putting meters out of service daily as they find them. So there's still going to be updates to that system, probably for at least the next week, based on the number of roads and areas that still need to be sort of investigated manually, where there's currently one person doing that with a truck every day. The other 2 people are working on other areas of metering. Other than that, if you have questions for me, I'll take them. That's what I had.
Joe, I have a question. This is Carl.
Hi, Carl.
It was mentioned a while ago, I think Liz brought up the point when we were having trouble with the Fraser solar site,
right,
about the tracking mechanism. And it was my understanding that they come back at certain periods of time and reset those tracking devices. Is that correct?
Yeah, Carl, they come in and calibrate at least once a year. If we're having other issues, they would come back more frequently than that. I don't know that the tracking has been as big of an issue for us with Fraser, as we had some bad inverters and we have replaced those. The interesting thing is that we haven't had any issues with inverters at the Walden site, but we have with Fraser. And in talking with ISI, they think there may have been a bad run because the inverters for Fraser would have all been done at the same time. And so they are watching that. As Joe mentioned, and part of what he provided is we now have direct communication with the solar site, and ISI is also able to go in there and track it to see if we should catch any issues quicker than what we have in the past, because we have that direct link into capturing the data as it happens.
I understand that. My question really is, what time of year do they come and reset the tracking?
I believe that it will be this month.
Okay, because I drive by the solar site here in North Park frequently, and I've noticed when I went by here lately that the panels are flat about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the sun doesn't set until like 4:30 or thereabouts. But I just wondered if there was an issue with the tracking that needs to be corrected.
And you may not remember, but were those windy days?
No, they weren't. They're basically here recently when we've had no wind and, cold and whatnot, but they are, rotating back to the east, and they, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they're flat, which in my mind, I would think they would be pointed directly to the sun, but maybe I'm not understanding how they work. I don't know.
No, they should track the sun, and they will go vertical at least twice a day. So they start vertical, they end vertical, and generally the only time that they should be horizontal is that if that's where the sun happens to be, or if there's high wind, they go to more of a horizontal because it's more stable for the panels and the racking. So we'll have ISI take a look at that to see if they are not tracking the way that they're supposed to, and specifically if they need to, then they can come out before they had planned.
Okay, well, if they're coming this month, I'm sure they'll correct the issue if it is an issue. So
I just add, Carl, that there is a complete back end to this portal. The site that I published in the chat, and I can certainly email you the link directly, is a public facing site that shows just production numbers and basic. There's an entire administrative and scholar back errors like that. And Dennis, I was talking with Dennis at ISI yesterday, and he mentioned that they want to look into some of the tracking and as well as where the panels park at the evening for when snow conditions are present to prevent snow from accumulating on them as well. It's something.
Okay, so we haven't seen any drop in production up here at the North Park site then because of the issue I just raised. Is that correct?
Well, we haven't been tracking it that long, but nothing is setting off any alarms. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Please send me the site, please.
I will, right after this.
Okay, on the email.
Yes.
This is great, Joe, and I think will help people like Carl and myself to check in and see, just how it's performing, and, another set of eyes plus ISI and Mountain Parks looking at it. It's excellent to have them all up, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Let's go to HR.
And Jessica did join us, even though I told her not to. And so she is here to talk about her report.
Hi, guys. So like Mark had said earlier, the different items that we had for discussion and action, we'll talk about in January. But if you have any questions for me that I may not be able to answer them right now, this is the first that I really worked since the surgery, but I can bring them back in January. So does anyone have any questions on my report or any of the, let's see, it's the 2020 employee engagement survey results, the telecommuting policy, or the retention and recruitment update that was in my report. Does anyone want to see any additional information on any of those items in January?
One thing on the telecommunications policy, there was a comment that Mountain Parks may request the equipment back. It seems like it should be stronger than that. You should say employees have to bring the equipment back, that we asked them to bring it back. I don't know, just that's, I think, under 4B on
For
that policy. B on, let me see if I can find the page. Yeah, it's just 4B.
okay,
So maybe work on the wording on that. I thank you so much for sharing the survey stuff, and I love hearing more about it.
I have a question for January. Definitely looking forward to discussing item 12 a little bit more, the items under the retention and recruitment proposal,
yeah,
especially specific items related to B2 and 3.
okay,
1,
great.
2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3. Okay. Sounds good.
Jessica,
Yes.
go. Jessica, this is Carl. I can't find the attached results of the survey. Where do I find that?
So that is under action item H.
Okay,
Do you see
thank
it
you.
there? Okay,
I do. Thank you.
no problem. Okay, anything else?
Feel better.
Speedy recovery.
Thank you.
Okay, Rob. Rob there.
Yep,
There you
sorry.
Last and certainly not least, Rob.
Just a couple of things to add to my written report. Number one, I wanted to give you a West Grand School District electric bus update. The bus is being assembled in Georgia. We just got confirmation last week it will arrive in Colorado and Denver in January. And they need to do some aftermarket upgrades to them, to the heating system. The snow tires are going to put on the logo at that time, and the bus should actually be delivered to West Grand School District. We're hearing early to mid-February. And I think I mentioned this, but I'll just remind the board that as soon as we are able to coordinate with the school, CREA, Tri-State, the local dignitaries, we're going to do some kind of a media event and hopefully provide an opportunity for those that were major partners in the project, state of Colorado as well, to provide a few comments and maybe those that are in attendance to have a hopefully at least go inside the bus, check it out, if not go for a ride. So all that needs to be coordinated, but we are working on that. Mark mentioned all the annual meeting stuff we're working on right now. So that work will continue. And the other thing I wanted to add was about our scholarship program. Tri-State is making a change. This is part of their cost reduction strategy in which they're eliminating some programs and services. They will honor their the scholarships. They give us $1,000, which we basically make two $500 scholarships and match them, so they're $1,000 in total. Tri-State is going to go ahead and do that this year, and next year they say they're discontinuing those scholarships. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that. So with that,
2022.
correct. I'm sorry, I said next year. I was thinking 2020. Yes, exactly right. 2022, they are discontinuing their scholarships. So with that, I will open it up for any questions you might have about my report or the annual meeting or anything at all.
I guess you got off the hook easy, Rob.
Easiest at Carl, really? Carl.
He's trying to get off the mute.
Okay, all right.
I'll say this, thanks for including that wildfire article from Utility Dive. That's good background for us as we think about things. And
Yeah, I don't do that often, but I thought it was important enough that at least we should look at it and think about the issues that they raise in the article.
Okay, the dreaded bills for payment. Anybody got any questions on the bills? All right, seeing none, we'll go to open board forum. Associated reports. Liz, do you have anything from Green Power?
yeah, Green Power met, awarded, I believe, 5 rebates. it's, same as everybody, shaken by the fire. As I was reading the directory policies, I noted we weren't supposed to request information except for from Mark about members, and the Green Power Board had requested from Chris information regarding contributors to the Green Power program, and also whether or not we should suspend the 1-member limit, so that if there were people who had systems that were destroyed in this, they could come back to Green Power and request another rebate. So that's going on, but it was a pretty quick meeting.
Okay, thank you. Dick, do you got anything?
Nothing more than I forwarded the report from Western United to everybody. They're still going along fairly well, making money, and nothing else to report from them. We have a meeting. Our next meeting is the end of January, so we haven't had one since October.
Okay, thank you. Carl?
Well, Mark, go ahead.
Got anything for us? Tri-State?
A few things. Mark kind of stole my thunder in his GM report, but I'll add a few things. Dwayne Hiley met with the CEOs of all the G&Ts west of the DC tie, and the discussion was the concern about the availability of resources because of the closing of all coal plants. They all concluded that a RTO market is very much needed to coordinate renewables and everything else where there aren't any RTOs except Cal ISO. And one other thing on that, the Colorado legislature is contemplating forming an RTO managed by the legislature or the state, which would be pretty much a mimic of the California ISO, which most of everybody in the West is scared to death of. It's not independent. It's at the pleasure of the legislature. So look out for that coming. There were 6 co-ops that expressed interest in the partial requirements contracts. Tri-State will most likely quit paying the basin fee for members. I don't really know how much that is, but if we want to continue to be a member of basin, we will have to pay that ourselves coming in the future, and that's part of Tri-State's cost-cutting rate reduction program. And also of interest is there's been discussion between Tri-State and La Plata, because La Plata is interested in being a partial requirements contract, but there probably is a letter of intent or interest coming down the line here for Tri-State to supply the renewable power to La Plata if they become a partial requirements contract. And that's all I have, except for what Mark expressed earlier.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Anybody got any questions for Carl?
Yeah, Carl, is there a shorter version of the 3,000 plus page resource plan that Tri-State filed somewhere?
Well, they're in the process of making kind of a executive summary, which will probably be 10 to 20 pages, but it's not come out yet.
Okay.
That was brought up at the meeting here in December, but if you don't want to read the 3,000 pages, that's coming down the pipe. So,
thank you, sir.
Okay. CREA, probably the biggest thing is that wildfire mitigation bill that I had sent you guys. Sorry for the late notice on that, but we actually just got it. I think that I had my meeting yesterday. I just kind of wanted to give you guys some background on it. Hopefully everybody got a chance to read it. Mark, can you kind of start with, Mark was on the initial managers group that kind of, I guess, kicked this thing all off. Mark, do you want to just kind of start with the history of how this came about?
Sure. We at the managers group continued to discuss wildfires, and we created CREA created a subset of managers. Myself, Brian Hannigan from Holy Cross, Paul Erickson from Sandy Gray de Cristo, and I believe Jeff Wadsworth from Poudre Valley, and there was one other person, I cannot remember their name. And we worked through a number of things, and we started by creating a white paper. CREA did several different versions of it and rewrites. And the white paper was based on efforts within California and Utah primarily. There was another state included, but they really didn't do a whole lot in that state. And we put together this white paper that CREA has been using to provide to legislators to kind of inform them of the issues related to wildfire liability, rights of way. And it on a call with the CREA managers last week, I believe, they said that it's been successful in communicating the issues related to wildfires to the legislature. When we did a presentation to the interim committee last year or early this year, I can't remember. I think it was early this year. Maybe it may have been last year, where I did a presentation. Paul Erickson did a presentation. CREA did one. As a result of that, there have been 3 legislators that have expressed interest in carrying a wildfire legislation bill. CREA then took the bill that Jeff forwarded to you, but it was in a much earlier version, and it was patterned after what was done in Utah, because they seem to have the program that works the best amongst states that do something related to this. It was pared down from some of the stuff that was in Utah, and there was a discussion related to that, and a number of utilities, including Mountain Parks through Levi, provided suggested changes to the bill. And that was the product that was delivered to Jeff, I believe, yesterday, and that he sent out to the board. The CREA executive committee with the managers from the wildfire subcommittee had a discussion about it, and potential changes on that. And there is a full board meeting scheduled for, is it Monday or Tuesday, Jeff?
Monday, 8:30.
To discuss the legislation, to see if there is consensus among the co-ops, or at least a majority of the co-ops that want to move the legislation forward. On the Eastern Plains, some co-ops have expressed concern that it doesn't really affect them. There was pushback on that from United and others, because they said that grass fires are just as dangerous as a forest fire. And so all of them are wild land fires. And so that's where I think that we are with the legislation that you saw. And I'll let Jeff add any additional information that he has.
Well, there was a reinsurance piece to this, right, Mark? That there was a lot of opposition to, so that's been dropped from this draft bill.
Yes.
But Mark and I were talking.
There was concern that a lot of the funds obviously would come from Public Service Colorado, Black Hills, and it would have been based on a per kilowatt charge. And there was concern that they'll never support it and they would try and kill it based on that. I think that it's still something that's needed with what we are seeing, that there is a lack of desire on the part of any insurance company to provide insurance that would cover for wildfires. So I think that that's going to be something that has to be addressed in the future. I think that, but there wasn't, they knew that that would be something that would potentially make it dead on arrival. So as a result, they removed that from the bill.
I'm just going to read the three main components of the bill as they have it drafted. They do, CRA is pretty quick to say, this is going to, if we get somebody to carry this bill, it's going to go through a lot of changes as it progresses, of course. But this is the 3 points in it so far. If co-ops develop and submit a wildland fire protection plan to the Colorado PUC for information only and implement their plans, co-ops would be entitled to protections from liability resulting from fires caused by co-op equipment. The bill makes clear that co-ops have the authority to remove hazard trees. The bill limits damages in cases where co-ops have not filed plans to economic damages and precludes claims for non-economic or punitive damages. That's kind of.
Can you read that very first sentence? Can you read the very first sentence again?
If co-ops develop and submit a wildland fire protection plan to the Colorado PUC for information only.
Okay, hold on, right there. So maybe it's changed since I saw it, but the statute as I see it requires every co-op to file one. And it says that you have to develop one in conformance with the requirements of the chapter. So I wouldn't read that as like informational only. And it's and I think that's part of the Eastern co-op, like United's issue is you have to, this creates a requirement that you have a wildfire protection plan, where some co-ops maybe don't feel a need to. Anyway.
I sent you the bill, Levi,
when was that? I was just looking for it.
I'm sorry, I sent it to you maybe half an hour ago because I didn't get it to you yesterday, so sorry about that.
Which email address did you send it from?
Levi at.
No.
Did you send it from MPEI or your personal?
Oh, I think it came from Mountain Parks. And you probably don't have your iPad, right? Is that what you said?
Oh, you sent it to my Mountain Parks email?
No. Well, I sent it through Mountain Parks email.
Yeah, all I have is the email about.
I think I have the relevant language here. The proposed legislation includes 40-9.5403 wildland fire protection plans. 1, an electricity supplier shall prepare a wildland fire protection plan in accordance with the requirements of this chapter, which would indicate.
So that was my only point, Jeff. I just wanted to make clear that as drafted, and we have one, so it's fine. It's just, right. But it will have to conform to these requirements, which aren't for mountain parks. I think it's going to be fine. I just want to make sure everybody understood that this bill requires us to.
No, well, yeah. Well, in that next, what Kristen just read, then if you're not in a wildland fire risk map, it looks to me like then you wouldn't have to submit one. And but so maybe that's how they, not that we aren't, but what I'm saying is that maybe that lets some of those Eastern co-ops who don't like being required to do things off the hook because they're not in that map.
And to Jeff's point, further down in the legislation, it does say the commission shall accept wildland fire protection plans and subsequent reports on an informational basis.
Well, there was some.
One of the things that was brought up by Brian Hannigan is that the liability language that would, if assuming that we submitted the plan, we did the things within the plan, that it would give us some relief from liability, is not unusual. That there is language already in Colorado statutes related to, I think, water suppliers, so ditches, dams, that kind of thing. And Jeff, do you remember the other one? There were two types of companies that already have this in place. I think it's agriculture.
It was ag and water, I think.
Yeah. And so what we would be asking for is not groundbreaking. It is something that that the legislature has already given to other people. And so, you know, that's not to say it's going to make it any easier to get it through the legislature, but at least there's something to point to and say, you know, we're not asking you for something that's never been done before.
It was quite a lively discussion yesterday, and I suspect it will be on Monday as well. You know, my feeling is you know, I'd like to move forward with something like this. I think it's very important, you know, obviously of, you know, what just happened to our community. The timing is right. And if we don't do, you know, if we don't take a proactive approach on this, you know, somebody else will, or, you know, vice versa. You know, there's some debate from some of the co-ops that, you know, this could create, and Levi maybe can talk about this more, but a strict liability. There's a lot of, you know, and then there's unintended consequences that might come from a bill such as this. But either way, I mean, we have done, when I look back when we first started cutting our trees and clearing our lines, I think we were spending like $1 million a year to get them up to, you know, where they are now. And what are we spending now? Like $500,000 a year to maintain those lines. So yeah, I mean, I just only see benefit from it. So I would be in support of it, and I was hoping you guys would too.
Yeah, yeah, and I just think it seems like the legislature might get some heartburn over requiring co-ops to do this or that, but it seems like the hurdle's to me, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, is getting it through CREA.
Yeah.
That will be more the issue. But I've got to say, I think for co-ops who don't want to do this, I mean, this is such a learning tool and a tool for them to become proactive on thinking about these things. I know listening to the CREA general managers meeting, Scott presented, it was lessons learned. I definitely learned lessons, and I think if co-ops had to develop these plans, they would think through a lot of things, like Carl brought up, hey, they just threw those things in and backburned that fire right near our poles. How could we have prevented that? And if we had a plan on how to engage perhaps, or having pole wraps available, so we could have said, hey, help us wrap these poles quick before you throw these things into the grass. You know, some of the issues could have been avoided, and by making co-ops prepare these plans, or asking co-ops to prepare these plans, it's going to make all of the co-op community safer and spend less money on fire damage.
And that's a good point, because that was brought up yeah, that was brought up by a few managers, and maybe Mark can help me with this too. But you know, some of the managers, I guess, for lack of better words, are worried about developing this plan or the cost of developing this plan. But I think the plan, if you look at all the service territories, the plan's going to look different for everybody. You know, if you're way out east, your vegetation plan should look a lot different, right? So I'm not sure. I guess I don't agree with that. I don't know where that fear comes from.
And the concern that was expressed by some on the call was that, let's say that you're Highline and you develop a wildfire mitigation plan, and your Mountain Parks and you develop one, and ours says you do like 14 things and theirs says you do 7 things. And that, you know, if there is somebody that sues, and you say, well, we had this plan, we followed it, there was a fire, but we're under the statute where we're allowed, exemption from some of the liability. And that there's a lawyer that says, well, wait a second, you only got 7 things in your plan. There are other plans that have twice as many things in their plan. And so, why should you not have to do theirs? And that was the concern that was raised. But as Jeff mentioned, every system is going to be different. You're not going to have a situation where you can have a plan that applies to everybody. I think Kristen has a comment.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Is CREA developing a model plan that can be used as a template so there's some consistency across co-ops?
They have not yet, because I think that, as Jeff mentioned and Liz commented, that they believe that the difficult part is probably going to be getting it through the CREA board. The legislature will probably be easier than the board. They need to get 2/3 of the co-ops to approve it. And I think that will be the challenge. If they can get that, then they may look to provide a template that could be, that the co-ops could use in developing a plan.
Are there any, I don't see Mark, I think I see his chair. I was curious if anyone had concerns about any of this, if there's any concern about limiting liability and how our members feel about that and damages. That's my other, I always try to put the, wear the other person's shoes for a little bit. But I actually I've thought about it quite a bit, and I would recommend that we support this, and if it will help it get through CREA, that we or make a motion to take it to the meeting. But I'm a little hesitant because Justin, I haven't heard from Justin, Mark, or Carl on it.
Well, Dick and Carl are on, and Mark he's there. He's just moving around.
There he is. There he is.
And Justin's on vacation and he left earlier. Sorry, we were supposed to tell you all.
Oh.
Mark, you're on mute.
So what's your specific question, Liz?
Well, I'm curious if you're concerned. So one of the things that I would, after I've seen, read enough articles about the California fires, that it seemed like some of those fires were caused by maybe negligence on the utilities part, rather than, just an unbelievable accident that they could not have avoided. And so, and those fires killed people and burned a lot of property and all of that. And so I think, well, should those people have recourse to sue for damages, and should that amount be limited? And so I'm sensitive to that side of it, but I think, which is what in some ways this bill would do if we had a good plan and we submitted it, our damages, our liability would be limited or none, right? Am I correct in the?
But I do think, Liz, to your point, that if we did something, let's just say like one of the California co-ops, not to be named, that, we failed to maintain our system, and that was the result of the fire. I don't think that this bill would exempt us from liability if we were negligent in maintaining our system.
Okay. Well, that was my.
Levi is rocking back and forth, so I'm thinking he thinks maybe not.
Starting to shake. Yeah. I think what Liz's concern, I think could be a valid concern. I think this would be the issue getting it through the legislature, which is the statute says you have to have a fire mitigation vegetation management plan. And it has a whole list of things that have to be addressed, but it doesn't say how you have to address them. So you can have a plan that has a section for each one of those things and says what you're going to do. But theoretically, you could say that you're going to do very little in each of those sections. And as long as you do each of those, then you're free from liability. And so the concern, if from the other side of why you would not want this passed, is that, well, your plan might not be good enough. Yes, you say you address those things, but when you say you're going to review, you're going to drive your lines, you say you're only going to drive them every 10 years. So I think, so that's the potential issue that people might have with it. Does that make sense, Mark?
Yes.
Hey, Levi, excuse me.
So I agree though, like for mountain parks, the statute's a really good thing.
I have a question for you, Levi. Let us say we do get sued for $100 million. What is the bottom line to that scenario for either the co-op and or the board of directors if that person is successful in that lawsuit, regardless of all these steps we take to mitigate our liability? Let us say they're successful in a suit. What is the bottom line for mountain parks? We don't have $100 million. What is the board's liability, either personally and or, totally? And what's the bottom line for mountain parks? Sorry.
I guess as a lawyer, I get you to the judgment, and then that's more of a business consideration. And can you pay it? Like, I guess I don't fully understand what you want. Like,
Right.
Can't pay it, you can't pay it. And there are
basically what happens either to the entity or to the board of directors. If the entity is found liable, what is the scenario for the board of directors? And what's the scenario for the entity? Let us say we can't pay it.
We get turned into a pillar of salt.
Yeah.
As a board, I think.
But the point being is, the bottom line, the decision we're going to make with regards to this is, if we don't make the appropriate decision, are we subjecting ourselves to liability? Like the thing Levi said, we're going to travel our lines and check them out. We're going to do it every 10 years. Judge says, that's ridiculous. There's liability here. What's the board's liability in this case? And obviously, if the mountain parks doesn't have the money, something happens to mountain parks. The members take it over or whatever it is, But my concern is, if we don't do this appropriately, are we putting ourselves at risk?
Every day.
So, so that's a question for executive session.
Okay, thank you.
But I think part of what you have seen with other utilities who received judgments against them that they could not pay because they exceeded their assets, and there was not enough insurance coverage for it, is that that they have filed bankruptcy, and asked for bankruptcy protection, because, as Levi said, you can get a judgment for $100 million, but if the plaintiff doesn't have, or the defendant doesn't have $100 million, you can't necessarily get $100 million. So, I think he can go into more detail in executive session, but the bottom line is they can't necessarily get something that doesn't exist.
Liz, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I floated this out before as whether or not we should make a motion to support this, or what the appropriate action we could take to try to move it along through CREA. Would anything be helpful, Jeff?
I think it would, if it was an motion or resolution, or maybe Levi, what would you suggest there? Resolution to
You're on mute, Levi.
Sorry, Liz, can you ask the question again?
Yeah, I've just asked the question, like, what would be the appropriate way for this board to support this legislation and help it move through CREA? Is it a motion to support it in principle, or
Sure, you can do
something like that?
I mean, you can simply make a motion and, authorize Jeff to convey that to CREA. You can do a formal resolution, which timing wise, I'm not sure we could try to draft one up today, but you're addressing this next week, Jeff?
Yeah, Monday, 8:30.
Mark, do you feel okay with something like that?
Just a motion?
I'm fine. I think that whether it's a motion or it's just Jeff being there and say it was discussed at our board meeting, because obviously some of the co-ops are not going to have had a chance to have a board meeting. And so Jeff saying that we discussed this at the board and Mountain Parks is in favor of moving this legislation.
Okay.
But if there are some questions for the board that should be addressed in executive session, then I would say let's address those in executive session. When you come out, then you can make the motion to support it or not.
Okay, thanks.
I know, Kristen, you might have had a question too on one of those points on the legal portion of it that I'm not sure I could answer either.
Yeah.
It was kind of confusing.
I think they get it more. It seemed like damages would be limited to economic damages and not other damages.
Liability, yeah.
Used about those other damages.
And not what? I didn't catch that last part.
Other damages.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
So like
Yes.
punitive damages.
Yeah, I'm just going to that language real quick to make sure I. Yeah, so it is limited to economic damages, and it specifies how those economic damages will be calculated.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions now? If there's further discussion, we can talk about an executive session. We do need to go into executive session at some point. Does anybody have anything else now on that? Does anybody have anything else for the open board forum?
As we talk about this, I would urge all of the rest of the board, if you haven't already done so, to go on CREA's website and watch their wildfire mitigation webinar. It's really informative.
Very good. It really is, yeah.
Thanks.
So what I was thinking of doing, Mark. Carl, you got something?
Yeah, I was waiting to hear from Dick about the tri-state special meeting. I know he sent an email of the results, but is he willing to provide some color to it or not?
If you're interested in a color commentary, I could forward it. It's not much more than how the voting went and the apparent predisposition to have these decisions made prior to the members' meeting. I think in most cases, as I could tell, the board member is the member's member or member's representative. So there was very little chance that what the board agreed to would have been changed, other than we were lucky enough to increase the percentage for partial requirements from 50 to 65. Aside from that, there wasn't much of a chance for things to change. There was some discussion, but it was pretty much right down the line as to how the board had agreed to go forward. I just feel that in the future, that when the members are asked to review something and make decisions, special meetings are not the place for it. I think it's a rush to judgment. And I would like to recommend to Tri-State, either through Carl or however we do it, that when they have these things come up, there needs to be a little more discussion at the membership level rather than just voting on something because of necessity. And that's basically what happened here. The only thing that was required at this special meeting was the agreement to add non-utility members at a certain level. Everything else could have been done any other time. And I think they put all those together to probably make it look like that this was more than just trying to cover somebody's you-know-what for an upcoming court case. That's my color commentary.
Was it unanimous vote? What was the vote? I didn't see your email.
Oh, I can't get into the screen right now, but it was basically, it was 21 or 22 to 21 to change the level from 50 to 65. They tried going to 75 and that didn't work. On the J.M. Schaefer, it was unanimous. It was a voice vote. And on the addition of non-utility members and changing the amount, it was, I think it was 35 to 5 in favor. And I proposed an amendment and it took a long time to get a second. We got a second, but it went down like 36 to 4 or 36 to 5 in defeat.
So who were the 3 members who voted against the articles and the bylaws?
The 3 members that United,
La Plata.
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure if it was Hooter Valley, and there was one other.
It was San Miguel.
San Miguel. By the time it got to me, it had already been decided. So rather than create controversy, I just said, okay, just so you know where I voted. It didn't make any difference, you know.
It does make a difference.
No.
Well, I don't know. In my opinion, it makes a difference if we stand up for our interests or we don't. But I don't know, you know, I never saw what the rest of the board, you know, other than Justin, Kristen, myself, what the vote was on
the vote was
what the position we should take.
The vote was to, and it wasn't clear because 3 people didn't give me any input. So, you know, I heard from you and Kristen, I heard from Justin, and basically at the point in time when the voting took place, it didn't make any sense, in my opinion, to just be an outlier. We didn't have a dog in the fight, and I know United and a couple of others have a dog in the fight, and I think they had to vote that way. If they didn't have a dog in the fight and there wasn't a court case, I don't think it would have made much difference.
You heard from me, didn't you, Dick?
Yes, but you know, your vote was basically that you felt that they should have changed the number, but you felt that trying to get a consensus on that would not happen. I tried to get consensus on changing that to a realistic number, such as either the current number of non-utility members. I brought up the point that it's going to eventually can create an atmosphere where the membership is controlled by non-cooperatives. Nobody seemed to care other than the people who are fighting this issue in court.
Well, I just wanted to make the point that Liz said that you heard from Kristen and Justin and herself, and I contributed also. So
you did.
I'm sorry, Carl. I didn't mean to leave you out. I'd only seen emails referring to that. I hadn't seen an email from you, so I didn't know who had talked to Dick, and I apologize for making that assumption.
And I spoke to Dick as well prior to, so I didn't put it in your email.
Hold my feet to the fire for not voting no. That's okay. I didn't think it made any difference. It's sort of like, what's that, Don Quixote? it wouldn't have made any difference either way. And I don't think it would make a difference with the court when you have three people voting no and 39 people voting, the other way. So that was my call. I have to live.
It would only make a difference probably if we wanted to join.
And we've decided we're not as of now. So if we had joined, I would voted the other way. But since we did not, and we haven't put a dog in the fight, I didn't think it would be appropriate. So that's the color commentary.
Can I ask Jeff what your feedback had been as well?
It was basically in line with you and Liz and Justin.
That's a majority, Dick. You went against the majority of the board.
All right, anybody else?
What I would
Okay.
suggest, Jeff, is we go through old and new business, because I don't think there is any, and then we take a break maybe for
Yeah.
lunch. And that way we could drop the live stream
Exactly.
Because of the executive session.
That's what I was thinking. And do we have a need for a Mountain Park Services meeting?
No.
Okay. Anybody else got anything for open board forum? Okay, how about old business? Any old business out there? Any new business?
I would like to suggest that this could be old or new. I'd like to suggest that we do something to thank the cooperatives that sent mutual aid. Perhaps this is something that Mark has already thought and acted on, but it seems like it'd be nice to have something personalized coming from the board too. Even if it was something as simple as a note that was signed by all of us, or a gift basket or something, just to express our appreciation.
It is something that has been thought but not acted on at this time.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It'd be nice to get something to come from the board as well, maybe, Mark. We can
Right.
talk about
A
that.
card, a thank you card.
Yeah. We'll get that in the works.
Super.
Thank you. All right, let's take a lunch break. What do you guys think for our lunch break? We probably have a kind of a lengthy executive session. You want to come back at 1, or is that too long?
I think one works.
Is that good for everybody? So we can go ahead and cut the live feed and be back here at 1. Okay.
When you come back, Jeff, will you want to start the YouTube again or go right into executive?
Right into executive session.
Okay, perfect. That's what I'll do.
Okay, so you're going to cut it now.